Minutes. Please join us in pledge allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Again, Jesse will be doing this shortly. There he is. Just squeezed in. So first order of business, approve the minutes from last week, March 8th, 2021. Or no, actually March 15th, excuse me.
I'll make that motion.
Tim's moved.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Miscellaneous motions. I don't know if you all had the opportunity to read them. Move upon the recommendation of Brad Scheidmeier, the IT director, to waive purchasing policy as to competitive bidding for good cause. The said cause being the State of Kansas contract KS-AR 227 47258, and to approve the purchase of annual, like say, Cisco
yeah, SmartNet
maintenance and support renewal from Coverage One in the amount of $23,999.99, and to authorize and direct the IT director to sign all documents related thereto. Funding for the purchases will come from the 2021 General Fund Technology, Train, and Equipment line item.
Any questions?
It's just an annual
renewal for
Annual renewal,
switches and our basic backbone for our internet.
Is the cost about the same as what it has
It
been?
actually went down this year.
Went down a little?
Yeah.
Also moved, Mr. Chairman.
John's moved,
Second.
Jesse seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Move upon the recommendation of Brad Scheidmeier, IT director, to waive purchasing policy as to competitive bidding for good cause, said cause being the vendor is a single source supplier contract, and to approve the purchase of Laserfish document imaging maintenance and support 5/25/21 to 5/24/22 from R&D Computer System, Shawnee Mission, Kansas, in the total amount of $11,104. Funding from the purchase will come from the 2021 County General Fund Technology, Training, and Equipment line item.
Is this a piece of equipment or is it a maintenance? It's got an annual deal there, or is it a maintenance?
It's a maintenance
Maintenance
agreement
or
and for a software that everybody in the county uses. So it's a software agreement, more or less, to keep it up to date.
So it's almost a maintenance agreement too.
Yes.
Jesse moves,
I'll second.
Tom seconds. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Go down. Okay. This is for the website. She come in a couple weeks ago. She's still here?
I'll answer questions.
Oh, yeah, Brad can answer. This was brought to our attention a couple weeks ago. We're just actually entered into the contract.
Actually, yeah, we got the approval from Wade,
Right.
canceled the contract, canceling the contract with Granicus, and moving to a new website developer.
So move to approve upon the recommendation of Economic Development and approval of the county attorney as to form to authorize and direct the chairman to sign the contract with Civic Plus for creating Coffee County's new website funding from the special expenditures line item, first year payment not to exceed more than $16,000. I'll move.
I'll second.
Jesse seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. That's it for that, Rhonda.
William DeWitt, he has his property, single wide mobile home located at 1001 Penobscot. They have no plans to put anything back or rebuild or anything like that. I think he's gonna have Mike Averdrock take it to landfill and things, break it down and take it to landfill, but it's definitely an older model, and really is not in very good shape, as you can kind of see by the pictures, so.
This would be south of all the new houses that have been built out on 10th Street. I don't know if you're familiar with the area, but it's out there almost at East County. Along 10th. And that's in my district. And I will make the motion to waive landfill fees.
I'll second.
John seconded. Any further discussion?
Are they gonna try to move it in one piece, or are they gonna tear it down to move
Wait,
it?
Mike
You
told
know,
me, Mike told me he might just go in and kind of, I don't think he'll live in one piece, it's kind of ripping and stuff, he's gonna tear it down and then just leave it, but.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
I,
5-0. Thank you. Wayne, not behind the pole, is he?
No,
Just gotta make sure if I can.
he's well hid if he is.
Well. We'll give him a couple minutes, I guess. I noticed Lisa's here, so.
Good morning.
Good morning. You may be a little early. Wayne don't show up here short. There he is.
Hello. Morning.
Morning.
Turn off my phone here. Took me a few minutes to parallel park.
Get up in the semi.
You got me there. You got me there.
Be there all day. I can't beat it.
I had trouble doing a box truck.
Morning, Adam. Good morning.
Good morning.
Wanted to print out these are the open invitation for our community planning improvement. So throughout the county. So let's see. We had one for Lebo, which is next Monday, March the 29th. Put this on there. Yeah, there we go. And then we have Burlington after that, and then we have sort Neutron and then Burlington. It's sorted, they didn't separate it, and put them all together.
Oh,
Yeah, so sorry.
That's-
Yeah. 1, 2, 3. So we had, Lebo, March the 29th. We have April the 1st for Neutron, and then we have April the 8th for Burlington. So, printer didn't separate them, they just kind of put them all together, but I get lucky. Bob? Nice shirt. New one?
20 years ago.
At least you can still wear it.
I don't buy them. My wife does. I just take them out and wear them every once in a while and ask her permission if it's okay.
I do too. Then she makes comment about my boots, and I'm like, they look okay. She said, why are you wearing dress shoes? And I'm like, boots are okay.
Boots, dress boots.
That's fine.
Please better be okay. I'll go better, but
So. All right, thank you for allowing me the time to hand those out. And he'll get the rest of them scheduled as well soon. Construction zone. Pretty simple. Adam's here from Vance Brothers. They're in the audience. And so if you all have any questions on that, as we'll go through the bids, as you can see that the recommendation award for the liquid asphalt for our chip seal program would be recommended to Vance Brothers. But I just wanted to introduce you to Adam. So no road permits, no zoning permits, nothing at this point to report at the landfill. Then the next one would be to, as I make recommendation for your approval for the liquid asphalt, the cold mix patching material, dust control magnesium chloride, and then the de-icing salt material. And so those would be the motions I would have today. So I leave it up to you, the chairman, if
Yeah, sorry,
we
I
wanted
was
to
just
move.
reading through them.
Yeah, that's quite a bit, quite a bit.
So, motion 2021-06, based upon the recommendation of the county engineer, move that the bid submitted by Vance Brothers Incorporated as being the best bid for 2021 liquid asphalt, as shown in the bid tabulation, and to purchase the same according to their bid dated March 17, 2021. Funds to be paid from the Road and Bridge Fund.
We've used them quite a bit. I think we've always been successful with them, haven't we?
Yes, we have.
I will make that motion.
Bob moves,
Second.
Jesse seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion passes 5-0.
Okay, on the asphalt cold mixing patch, it's a kilo. We've used kilo before as well. The one thing I have on that motion is either or. Honestly, we will plan to pick up for the 67.25, but if basically time doesn't allow it, I figure for the $10 for trucking, that's not a bad deal. So we also put in the bid on this one is to also accept the 77.25. But once again, we plan to pick it up for the most part at the 67.25.
Motion 2021-07, based upon the recommendation of the county engineer, Move to approve the purchase of asphalt cold mix patching material as needed for 2021 projects from Kellogg Construction Incorporated for the price of $67.25 per ton to be picked up and/or $77.25 per ton delivered to county shop. This award is made according to the terms of the bid dated March 17, 2021. Funds to be paid from the general fund public works asphalt line item.
So moved.
Don's moved,
All second.
Tim seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
And so on the next bid is basically the magnesium chloride for our dust control program. As Scott Wood has delivered, actually the majority of the time for the magnesium chloride.
So motion 2021-09, based upon the recommendation of the county engineer, move that the bid submitted by Scottwood Industries Incorporated in the amount of $1.16 per gallon be approved as the best bid for magnesium chloride, and that the award be made according to the terms of the bid dated March 17, 2021. Funds to be paid from the Road and Bridge Fund.
I'll move.
Jesse's moved,
All second.
Tim seconded. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
The next one is the de-icing salt. As you know, we have a bumper for our salt. It holds approximately about 1,400 ton. And with this 1,500 ton bid, it can actually run into the following year. It actually has in the past. But the bid or the contract on this is 1,500 ton. And that's what we would be asking for, the $55 per ton rate. And that would be from Knight's Trucking was the low bid.
Motion 2021-14, based upon the recommendation of the county engineer, to find that the bid for bulk de-icing salt on March 14, 2021, as per specifications of ASTM Grade 1 road salt, be awarded to Knight Trucking LLC of Lebo, Kansas, as the best bid, and to purchase same for the sum of $55 per ton for 1,500 tons for the cost of $82,500. Funds to be paid from the Road and Bridge Fund.
Again, a few years ago, we had another company do it, and I think we had a little bit of concerns when we did that. Knight's always been able to provide for us, and it is a lesser of the prices, so I will move that we accept that bid from Knight Trucking.
Bob's moved,
All second.
Tim seconded. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Construction zone is really, if you have any questions, as you know, the weather permitting, we are still working down there at Matthias Lake. As weather permitting, we should be setting those tops on that entrance there on Native Road, if you've been down that area. You also noticed too, this was some of the photos that I brought in here last week, was just to show how the ditches are working and the intent of those ditches. By being as large as they are, they would hold the capacity as a storage for all the water runoff in the fields. So that's what they're designed for. Also, some of the discussion here last week was to say, well, we still need to look at phase 2 and phase 3. And it's not too early. I mean, if we wait until I get done with the project, and what we're going to do is fill in those ditches with all the silt and everything else. There needs to be where the other phases are continuing to make this work, because just that one phase alone will not satisfy the problem out there at Matthias Lake. We've had this discussion multiple times. I brought the file just for visual aid. This sucker is over 40 years old. You know, it's been going on, and actually, if you look back at it, probably even 50 years old. But these questions have been asked for years, and I know folks would say, well, that's just a low area, it's always going to flood. But we're doing our part along that road, and we're spending well over $100,000. I mean, it actually is probably closer to 200 by the time they're done with it. So we're investing a lot in the community to make something work that's been a problem for 40 plus years. But it's only one phase. The other two phases is we need, and I know I've had multiple public meetings, we've had multiple discussions in the commission, but you don't give up. You just got to keep going, and you got to keep having these discussions until we can get something nailed down. So as I brought it up here last week, I would ask that if there was any way that we can invite the township in to have a discussion, to be able to get the ball rolling a little bit further, just to maybe move it ahead one more step, because as I say again, this was all determined, even Doug had wrote the letter, so you know how many years ago that was, that, you know, they have the authority. Forrest has come in and said that you have the authority. All of those things are true, but ultimately it's going to still be up to them. Now there's been several residents in that area that actually has done work on their property and tried to clean up the ditch themselves on their own dime. Basically, they spent the money, they had the equipment, they did what they could. But unless you clean out the whole thing from the beginning clear to the end, little sections inside not going to make a big difference, because all it's going to do is fill in with silt from the sections that were not opened up. And so I would ask that there's some way that we can have this discussion with them again and then come up with a plan. I like the ideas too of even interjecting grass buffer strips. That's going to make a difference, because otherwise you're going to be back there with it, as flat as it is, you're going to be back there trying to clean out all that silt in those ditches. And as you know, down in the southeast quadrant of the county, we had a ditching program that we went here the last couple of years. And we spent, I don't know, you recall about $200,000-300,000 that we had spent down in that area that we had shown a work order on. And so there's been a lot of work in our ditches, but it won't last unless we keep the silt out of them. And that's going to be working with our neighbors. And our neighbors is our ag community, which is a big part of this community. There's no question about it, and I 100% support. But there's also has to be that working relationship where we basically, everybody's working together for a common goal.
I visited one of the township committee man here a few weeks ago. I haven't followed up. Do you think it's best if one or two of us talk to the commission or the township committee, or to have them come in and do it here? Do we need to set the groundwork maybe before they come in? What's your thoughts?
Well,
What's the commission's thought?
I would say that one is you could visit with them individually, but it's going to be the township, just like the commission, as a board, to make a decision.
It's best to visit with all three of them at once.
If you're going to get a decision that actually can basically go forward and have a plan, it's going to be the township. But then what you're going to have to do too is Andy's going to have to basically put notice out that the township is meeting as an open record, right? I believe as an open meeting. So she would, that would be some of the planning, maybe in 2 weeks or something like that. If you'd like to do that, we could definitely put the invite out to them, asking them to approve, or maybe what you could do is individually visit with them and say, would you basically okay a meeting in 2 weeks? And then we'll get everything set up. And if they give us at least a week's notice, is that enough notice?
As long as we can get it published in the paper.
So if we have if somebody's able to visit with them here this week, get information back to Angie, she can publish it in the paper. And then the following week, we could possibly have that set down and then maybe make some headway onto it. I think the thing is, it's kind of funny. The employees kind of get you a challenge every once in a while. And so I was talking to a guy, it was a campfire, and he said, well, what they're doing is they're doing a mom and pop. They call it mom and pop. Basically, they talk to the dad, ask permission, dad says no, then they talk to mom, and mom gives them permission. And so you don't get anywhere because basically you're talking to individuals instead of talking together as a group. And so maybe that wasn't the best comparison, But the point is that until we all get together, we're not gonna make a headway on this if all we're doing is just talking individually. Because we all have our opinions, but I think as a group, we make the best decision. And that's really what we're doing. That's how government works.
I'll
So,
be more than happy if they want me to, it's in my district, be more than happy to visit with the two farmer producers. I don't know the third committee person. I know I'm not sure who it is.
I think Angie would have a list of who the township board
Because there's a
members.
new one, unfortunately Dick Freeman passed, so I haven't met that new appointee, so.
Right.
I think if we're requesting this commission, it ought to come from the commission.
Oh, definitely, definitely.
To
yeah.
and just send them a letter as from the commission as a whole. And you keep talking about one-on-one don't work, but then we're saying, let's send one out to do this. Let's just send them a letter. They're either gonna respond or they're not. I mean, yeah, Don could talk to one or two and they said yes, the other one said no. So then where are we at?
Yeah,
If we send them a letter and try to get a reply, then we're gonna know where they're all at.
It still don't hurt to one-on-one communications to get it initiated and get it started, in my opinion.
or, let them know that the letter's coming out.
Talk to all three of them.
Yeah, do both.
They can't make a decision individually, and of course I can't either. But at least I think to get it initiated, there needs to be a little personal contact.
Okay.
That's my opinion.
Well, so it sounds like what we'd like to do is just go ahead and initiate a letter. And then I can work with Donna, just draft up a letter that the commission would sign off on.
Fine with me.
And then, have you go ahead and approve it and we'll send it up to the board members. Angie can give us who those members would be. And we'll, get that sent off here next week. So with all of that being said, probably 2 weeks would probably be the meeting date. What we're looking at. Anybody got a calendar?
It'll be April 5th.
April 5th?
I will not be here.
Okay.
Better move to the 12th then.
No, I don't have to be on the guest. I'm just saying, I probably won't be here.
Wayne just made a comment, they've been going on for 50 years, I think we ought to all be involved if we're going to do it. So another week's not gonna hurt anything, it's been 50 years, one more week's not gonna hurt a thing.
That's what I keep telling my wife all the time when she has those projects. Just one more week's not.
I should all try to be here.
So,
Yep, that's fine.
so April the
12.
12th, April 12th. That'd be great. And our objective on that one is to talk about that ditch that's going through there. And then also, I know it's a kind of a sidebar discussion, but is there some way that we can improve or minimize silt erosion that's occurring on the county roadside, that sort of thing? And this would be only phase 2. Phase 3 is still going to be the landowner that owns the lake itself. But we'll have that discussion later. We still got to get that one ditch in through there. That would be the biggest discussion that we have. Then we talk about those other options.
Wayne, is this the landowners kind of going to the township saying, we need something done with our ditches, so on and so forth? Or is this just the township coming to the county? I mean, because I'm new in this, and so I'm just trying to.
It's a landowner, yeah, landowner.
Okay, so the landowners are going to the township, well, we would like to have these ditches cleaned out.
No, they're coming to us.
They're coming to you.
They're coming to us saying, asking us to solve the problem,
Right, but
but we can only work within our ditches.
But I think if the landowners are coming to the county, asking for help with the ditches to help control the water, they should not feel anything if we should ask them to give a 10-foot buffer all the way around that property to help with the silt coming in, or switch over to a no-till program
Mhm.
to help hold the soil within the field instead of in the ditch. Because you're probably looking at 8 years and it's gonna be filled up again.
Right.
So this is a lot of money being spent for 8 years of use. And if there's no rules, I mean, I don't like putting rules on anybody, but they're wanting, county's doing it. I feel that if they don't try to keep the soil on their ground by buffer strips around the field, you're throwing money down a pipe dream. That's my feelings towards it.
And I believe that's one of the discussions we need to have with the township, is to talk about that.
I don't know this exactly, but doesn't, like up the USDA office pay per acre for, I mean, it's like a habitat thing as well.
I would guess, I don't know, I don't know.
I think the minimum footage is on it is
Yeah.
30 feet. I'm not sure they've even got a program for that right now. Those programs kind of come and go.
I mean, regardless of program or not,
Yeah.
you're doing this for the landowner, they should give you a buffer strip because you are spending 200, 300, 400,000.
They should see the value of it because without a small buffer strip, there's gonna be little channels of water that's gonna create little indentation coming into the field, so it'd be a plus for them.
We'll have a washout.
But still, if that program was available, it'd be beneficial to the landowner at the same time and us. So.
And we can invite, I mean, I spoke with Robert in the past multiple times on this, and that was some of the discussion. I think that needs to be some of the discussion. We're gonna have but the focus needs to be on that ditch. We need to get that ditch cleaned out. And then through that, we can come up with ways to basically minimize the erosion and silt that could come into that particular ditch, in addition to ours for all the work that's being done. But I totally agree. It's going to be voluntary, but I believe there needs to be that discussion. And I think most folks will see the benefit behind it. And I think you're going to find most folks out there too care about their ground, their soil, what they're doing. But you just have those 1%ers that you probably see the problem. And so, but it is a discussion that we need to have. But phase 2 is going to be vitally important. As we finish phase 1, it will not work all by itself. Phase 2 must follow. And so that will be once again a contract per se. It will not be the county going through on that ditch. That would have to be a local contractor, hopefully, that we would see that would remove that soil and come up with a plan. And so that's what I'm trying to work towards. And so the next one would be just 2 items on Zurich, just north of 8th. I talked about that here last week. Was anybody able to go and take a look at it? Are you okay? I just wanted to have some open discussion. Are you okay with us moving forward on a project there that's going to improve safety along Zurich Road? This is just north of 8th once again. This was where the ditch was almost a vertical drop off. It was about 5-6 feet off the edge of the road. It was virtually a vertical drop off due to erosion. And then we had the pipe itself that needed to be replaced. So are you needing any more information on that? I'm not for sure if we need a motion. If I'm just getting a direction that's saying, yes, it's still okay. We understand this is a project that you're wanting to do. It's going to benefit the county. 1 is replacing the pipe, and then 2, we're going to improve safety along Zurich Road. Then, I mean, that's.
I apologize. I did not make it by there.
Okay.
I intended to, but I did not.
I did not.
That's in 10th district, but it's basically
Can we have a
in the
week?
Leroy area.
Yes.
All right,
Yes, we can.
I'll get by there this week.
It took a couple years to rust, so we're waiting.
Did this involve any buying more right away to do this ditch, or this just, we have the?
At this point, it's going to have to be a mutual agreement with the landowner. That will be a record. It won't just be a verbal agreement. It'll be something to be filed in the register of deeds. So what I'll do is draft up a drainage easement. I'm not looking at purchasing additional or acquiring additional right of way, but a drainage easement. And then on the drainage easement, it would give us the right to not only work in that area, but also to maintain that area as well without owning the rights as a right of way. It'd be a drainage easement. We file it. And so that would be something we'd work out with the landowner. At this point, something like that, generally they're not charging us at our land rates. Generally, that's just an agreement. They would agree to the easement, and then we're doing the work. So that was the first one. The other one was, once again, Wade and I were going to be working on the resolution, not the resolution, on the policy manual for how we're disposing of dirt. So I'm just letting you know, at this point, if you don't see a problem with it, I've already brought up what we're planning on doing is bringing those loads to Matthias Lake area on that project up north prior to the landfill and just dropping them off just inside the property line. Something I brought up here a couple of weeks ago. If you're okay with that, I'd like to go ahead and keep moving forward and we would deliver the dirt as weather permits. I don't see doing it this week. But it'd be something still, I'd be working with Wade to get it in the policy manual as far as an update. I mean, that's all it is at this point. I don't believe we agreed to, or anything that was needed other than just the policy manual at this time. So, am I understanding that correct? Am I okay to move forward on that?
I would, it's gonna save you money and save you manpower, and you're not doing anything other than just dropping it inside the property line and off the county road, so I don't have no problem with it.
I'd just move ahead, my opinion, just move ahead with it.
Keep moving ahead. All right, so we still plan on putting it in the policy. I think that's a good thing, because in the future, as it may come up again, then it's addressed. That's just gonna be part of the policy. So, all right, we're gonna move forward on that one. That's all I have at this point, so.
Anybody else got any questions? Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
Wayne out there on Second and Reaper
Okay,
on that blacktop. There is, I was gonna call you and pull it out out there. There's a sign that's been down for a few days, and the one next to it, it looks like it's trying to rot off. I think it's just rotted off, what it looks like.
okay,
It's on the blacktop going, getting ready to go up around that curve to the hill. That sign's down, and the one next to it looks like it's ready to go down.
okay. Well, I'm glad you brought that up. There's one thing happened. I was going south, going to the farm, and I was on Shetland Road. I was coming to 12th Road. Of course, you got those big stop signs, right? You can't get stop signs any bigger than that. On both sides, on Shetland, on 12th Road. One truck comes through, he stopped. Car behind, young lady, probably in her 20s. Right through that. Didn't even stop. So no matter what we do with signs, it's still up to the individual to basically use them. Because I'm like, man, if there was anybody that was on 12th Road, that was gonna keep on right there. And she didn't even slow down. Just wasn't on her phone. I don't know what was going on, just people thinking sometimes, and just went right through that.
I've been a stranger to the area that.
I checked the tag as they were going back, Coffee County.
That was unaware of it.
Yeah.
Hey, Wayne, is there, I see up in Lyon County, they've got some stop signs that's got the flashing lights around it. It's all solar.
Mhm.
What's the price on them?
I haven't priced them, but I've seen them. They're not gonna be too much different than what, we're putting those little, they're solar flashing lights on top,
The amber lights.
and they've worked really well. But I don't have a price on them.
I mean, you know, if you put those LED lights around that stop sign, they sit there and flash. I mean, they are bright. They're very eye-catching. You know, you save one life from somebody, I mean, that's well worth it. We've got 22nd on it. Well, I don't know how many accidents we've had there over the years. You're just out in the middle of nowhere, you know, and then straight east of Burlington, here's the north-south road that's got the stop sign on it, you know. I'm sure, you know, it's gonna be a little bit of an expense, but that's a small price to pay for saving a life.
I seen them running here, 60 Yo show.
Yeah.
It's amazing, they just.
People are
Yeah,
just-
you see those by ways
Yeah.
off, they catch
You
your
know, people
attention.
just get complacent, you know, and daydreaming days, looking at your phone, whatever it may be. You're not gonna stop and listen at the phone type deal. You're not gonna stop that. That's just ignorance, you know, but as far as putting something up other than an amber light on top of the sign, you know, obviously that's not working. But, I mean, it does do good to change things up a little bit, you know, and really pop that stop sign out there. You save one life, it's well worth it.
Oh, I totally agree. But there on Shetland, we have a light on Stop Head, which is a yellow flashing daylight, it's a daylight light and a night light. And then we also have a flashing light on the stop sign,
Which it's red though, isn't it?
which is red.
Yeah.
But the thing is, they blow right through them. But I agree. Those are nice. And we can look toward those as far as economics. Right now, we're looking at, we have lights at 12th and Shetland, we have lights at 16th and Trefoil, solar lights. And so so far, that's all the lights that we have on those, on the stop signs at this time. Once you put them up, The thing is, one is you have to create basically a warrant per se. What makes this one distinguished different than others to validate it? Because if you put one up, you know, technically you could put them up on all of them. And that's where you would be at. But then once you take them down, you say, well, I can't afford them anymore. Then you also create, okay, what was the reason for taking them down? And forwarding or costing is a little bit different, so. Sometimes once you get a sign up, you don't take them down
Right.
too often.
Well, your stop sign is gonna be there regardless.
Oh, for the
You
most
know,
part.
whether the light's working on it or not's a different story.
Yeah.
That's just an added bonus, added benefit to the stop sign, what I look at.
It does, and it brightens it up, I mean, yeah, it shines. We'll take a look at the cost and see,
Let's see what.
yeah, okay, thank you. And we got a letter right here. Okay. All right.
Pardon me?
Wait, gonna be.
I don't know.
Me too.
Yeah, it wouldn't look good if it's on me.
Not too many other
I can text
things.
them, we can take a break right now if you want.
Wait, probably on me.
Okay.
And I need to make sure I have the right people.
Lisa, we're gonna take a short break,
Oh, that's fine.
There's so
and
many. I got so
see if we can
many.
find ways to join it.
See, and I can't find that. No, this is this one.
You text me?
I'm trying to find what we had last week.
Well, I think Dawn is working on
Right.
that.
I don't know for sure what your expectations were. Mine was on the
That would
resource.
be good. Then
I don't have like a formal presentation.
Well, I looked at the discussion dragging for a while.
And so as I watched last week, you probably know this, I emailed Wade and said, this is hard.
Yeah, I.
Yeah, no, I think it'd be
So what I have to
advantageous
do
to
is-
have it here and there.
You know,
Yes.
more
Same.
pictures of what you're at the beginning.
You don't know why it was well,
That's right.
we'll get into it.
Yeah,
I mean, Just more when, this one printout came out, the discussion stations already included. And then at the end, it had,
That's the one
what
that's
the
out.
cost of the county would be, I think it's gonna be a little bit of
Yeah.
And yeah, this is in different versions of,
So if I read, I'm sorry.
no, just different versions of what implementation meant to everyone. And it's like, and then even like some of the benefits, as you guys are reviewing those, which, yeah, I like that you're taking so many easier
Pressure.
use of background or
No, we're pretty.
support. So, but I just wanted to make sure you weren't expecting, oh, she's gonna have a 20-minute presentation.
Yeah, no, that's not
Okay.
just,
Just to be a resource and answer questions.
Not hearing from them all the time.
More ways.
the way I was reading it is that we do.
Oh, I agree 100%.
Yeah,
I missed that immense.
I know, right?
you know, that's not compensated to that we need the 30 cents, so.
They get your full
You
attention.
know, I don't think anybody's expecting that, or we just,
Or when I go
those
visit.
guys concentrated on that
BP.
30-cent rate, being an $83,000 hit.
Yeah.
To the payroll, then it turned into 200. so.
Right, right. Well, and I think we were still within, if I'm not mistaken, but I don't have that number in my head. Last year, what they gave, you know,
Hadn't heard anything.
when we look at implementation, what budget
Amber
do we need to be respectful of, and whatever number that was, it's like, oh, okay, we're fine. But also, it was written in 2020, and not that we ever expect that you're gonna approve it this year, by any means, but, had it been
It,
approved,
Whichever.
then the cost of living would have happened in January, steps would have happened in April, and all of a sudden it's hitting at
Well, we can throw
once.
it away. I hate to do that.
So-
I hate to do that.
Yeah.
Get the
And
results back.
if we need to, it's easy enough to reduce the amount of steps at the bottom that are done, is that if we can afford to do that, I'm like, your percentage on steps are kind of all over the place anyway. But if, you know, that's how flexible that can be.
Right.
So, yeah.
Well, I think, you know, the more that they said, that people get step increases, that takes for.
See,
I
and
mean,
that's,
there was just a lot of, because.
well, and the other piece to that is see that the system, as we presented, is a total dream ride. And so we have this smaller step system that we felt like for the market, people need to see yearly. We would. But you're applying your old rules to a new system.
Right.
And so then that's when they're saying, well, some of these aren't eligible. I'm like, well, everyone that's doing their job is eligible. Where you've adopted the structure without the policy.
Yes.
That's
Yeah.
part of
First was
our.
way too fast.
And again,
I need visibility.
it'll all work out. I should let you take a break.
You're fine. I wait for someone to come back and gets kind of too many commissioners in one area.
Oh, yeah.
Big buck.
Yeah, exactly. No public meetings in yesterday.
Right.
But,
Yeah, no, we appreciate it.
yeah, no, that's fine.
You know, just that way, if somebody does it.
Yeah.
No, it's
And I
not.
think April's gonna get us that, hopefully she has that conference this week. Step increases.
Oh, yeah.
Last year, because we didn't do cost of living. We didn't do cost of
Right.
living, all we did was steps. So we never exactly what the steps cost us last year.
Yeah.
We know what the cost of living is this year already.
Yeah.
I think that'll be a good comparison for everyone.
Yeah. We'll work it all out.
There wasn't any meeting for me, but we did have
Only reason I wasn't.
Oh.
How are you? I would have been there.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you. Trying to make my death look neat.
And then it's still just a tattoo, right, do I know doing it? Go down about that far.
We have to mark.
And it looks so nice.
Way better.
Hey,
Don. I went out.
Later than
I think it
a
will.
while was late.
Because
I think it will.
try to do a little bit on time, and makes the process easier. See if I can understand On that essay.
Serious, isn't it?
Drive around and.
Yeah.
Yes, I've got.
That's a lot of agency a long time ago. We all spread it out.
This here is,
I'm
yes.
not that big of a baby. My engagement, but it's They don't taste the same, yeah.
No, they're gonna, it's still, you know, when we get together.
You got a problem with coffee break?
No, sir, I have no problem if you want a copy, you drink coffee.
From a copy.
Maybe there's a reason. No problem.
Yeah, I know, I know.
I got 3 seconds.
They're usually trying to get
Did I get some?
to help save them, but yeah, that's been hard for all the time.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so, but anyway, my son.
Thank you, yes. Don't do that on Friday.
Supper and Don.
Exactly.
These tables, they moved.
I think they did.
You should have had some now.
What is it?
I'm telling you, one of my sisters,
Yes, that'd be
All
great.
right. Some look over. That's some last. I went in and put them down in the basement, like that, all night. So I got probably met for 2 rows.
You'll need to send it to the camera.
Yeah. Well, that's.
Forward and wide.
Oh, yeah.
I was hoping to get that to you last week.
I'm sure, yeah, it should work. If it just
What did you say this is gonna be 3?
322.
Today's date.
It wasn't anything fancy, it was under $60 for the camera.
Thursdays.
They
Six
sent
other
them
days.
in,
Well,
I think it's
Some of them.
whitening, it's probably.
You know, we used to get together.
I think she made it back.
I made it.
Run that hard.
But those cameras, do they have a, where do you still get your mic from?
You know what cards are these?
That's one thing you gotta make sure you have.
I have a hard time with it. I
Camera with the
still-
mic on.
But sometimes.
Because otherwise your mic's off your
I promise this thing.
computer, right?
You don't have a mic on the
Yeah.
computer.
You're right.
You still have to have a mic on
You
the
have to
computer.
access the mic.
Yeah, that's what it, it would still be that close.
Well, the smart TV, you can log in. Or you can go to a Zoom meeting on smart TV without even using your computer.
I don't either, and it's like.
No.
Yeah.
If you want, you can install that app on the smart TV.
But other one here, one ring. One more ring.
Put in code there to motor.
But they got so many different ones. They got Zoom, they got Google,
I use Starlink,
yeah,
Skype,
yeah.
others. They're all the same.
They're all the same, but you're gonna have different apps for that. That's the problem with that.
Yeah, yeah. Oh my God, I think I still see my kid. And then the big one, so it was 18 months. Yeah, so the kids go out with them and some home, different people.
Maybe it's on here, I haven't looked in, we talked last week about what our step increases actually cost the county.
Yes, I have it.
Thank you.
Oh, you have a great.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right, yeah, the one that married the sick. Yeah, how fun.
And then nieces and nephews, and then like Katie Rich's kids.
Yeah.
It's always great to see kids on the up and see.
This time's great, thank you.
And you practice.
Yeah, that's great run off, which I'm sure wasn't, but I was like, well, who's gonna, nobody's gonna eat them. It was in a ball there, I was like, I just sprayed them
And you can put on the thorn, and squash them.
and that's kind of what happens in zucchini. But I have to be careful if I put it on there, but I thought, you know, she's. Look at your book. I just sprayed it. He's definitely.
No, maybe show them 6 months.
Yeah.
The people ask me, you obey labels first.
Yeah.
In the original proposal.
Yeah. Right.
It should,
Because I've had times, seems like I had a great chance to do that 2 to 3 days. And if you don't check it,
we have stuff like that.
I did all these.
so for me, we make a solution. And then take on the.
I got her last year. So, you know, everybody, so we're going to get flowers, and so I'm going to get marigold seeds and I'll have, the golf stores. That's where every single one is. So anyway, I started moving. So I didn't go to around. I don't know. And I don't know if it happens if that happens.
I've had some good papers tonight.
But yeah, no,
I almost need to start over. Here, this is the paper we're using now.
Well, that's what-
That's what this paper shows.
Yeah, with my youngest daughter, because I've been having her for quite a few years.
But yet it's less.
Like, I'm just waiting for her to.
We're all back already. We're all back. We're gonna start our discussion, I guess. If you need commercial or a little more, that's,
I already explained what
you
I.
good? Okay. Well, for me, this, we'd asked Angie last week to get us what it cost us to do just step increases last year. And that, just the step increases alone, if I'm reading this correctly, was a hit or cost increase to county payroll of $185,545. We did it, correct? Okay. We did not do cost of living last year. So if you add the 83,000 cost of living hit we had this year, if you want to call it a hit, for lack of better terminology at the moment, to that 185, you're at 260 something. So 70. That's off the top of my head here. So
Could be more because some people may have had step increases in between that too.
correct. So I guess what I'm leading up to this, we got a lot of papers here. So if you go back to the one that Angie did for us, that we passed that last week, that had a, by the time you included the step increases after 30 cents, it was
205,000.
205.
205.
So we're not a whole lot different. That's just the way I, but it's trying to keep it as simple as possible for me. So,
But the step increases a year ago was a cost of 185. This year, do you know that, we don't have the cost of the 2.1 step increases for the 44 employees. It's gonna be somewhat less than 185, correct?
Yes.
So we don't know the dollar amount of that.
I heard, Lisa, did you have anything on that?
I don't, yet.
that's best.
We can
For me.
we can probably get something for you here between us.
Wait, itching to say something.
Because it's, 44 would be less than a third of our hourly salaries, so that is probably not gonna be with $40,000 or $50,000. But that's just an assumption.
So maybe to even fill in more blanks, I know, Tom, you just mentioned 2020 and the step increase from last year without a COLA was 185,545, right?
Yes, sir.
So then there was also the request to go back, and just so it's all out there and there's open transparency in 2019. If I'm reading what I have the right way, COLA was 142,275 and some change. And then the step increase was 227,825 and some change. Is that right?
Yes.
Yes.
2018, 137,961 and some change for COLA. Step increase 211,217 and some change. So you add the two of those together, I think just for some historical perspective, so that when the numbers are presented for 2021, the sticker shock may not be as different as what it might appear.
Yeah, because 2019, 142 and 227. $370,000 added to your payroll just in 2019.
And somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, if we go back historically, those steps have occurred every year from the implementation of the old salary structure. And then depending on what the COLA is for those individual years, it's ranged and it's been different as high as, 5, as low as 1, or not 0. But I think you have to take all that into context when you're looking at what is now presented to this board. It's not just the step increases for present time, it's also going back historically, looking at those step increases that have occurred on a regular basis, and then what COLA is. And this year COLA just happens to be 30 cents instead of a percentage, which I understand why that was done, and that's so it's even across the board. But that's no different than, last year was sort of an outlier because of COVID, and there wasn't a COLA raise. The only thing that occurred last year was the step increases. So I just think for context that needed to be put out there.
Appreciate it.
So the difference between 2019 and 2020 is $42,720 if you figure in the
30 cents.
yeah, I think that's what I figured.
Yeah. So really, it's not anything new, I guess what I'm trying to say.
What would it be?
So now I don't want to speak for Lisa because she's here, but she can probably fill in the blanks and just to get the conversation started. My understanding after going back and looking at things again is the recommendation is to adopt this new compensation and classification for the entire county to move current employees from where they are on the current pay schedule to the new classification, and that sort of bounces people around somewhat to where they should be, according to the point factoring system that Lisa can explain a whole lot better than I can, because it's not my subject matter area. Once that occurs, then you add the 30 cents. And then the entire time, and this is where Lisa can fill in the blanks better than I can, is after reviewing it and looking at it again, I think everybody would get a step increase, not just the ones who are eligible, because we're dealing with 2 different pay schedules. So the complication is when things get piecemealed and you're operating on the old system and the new system. I think you just have to figure out which you're going to go with, because if you operate on in a bifurcated way, you end up complicating things, and it ends up all over the place. And sort of as Bob indicated last week, and I used different words, but his was a train wreck. I said a derailment, but either way, that's where we're headed. So my recommendation is you figure out what you're going to do, which lane you're going to be in, and then you stay in that lane. And maybe Lisa can help fill in the blanks from there, but that's the 40,000 foot view.
Now, this is my thinking, my understanding. We already approved the recommendation of the salaries plus the 30 cents. So that's what we're working off of now. So to me, what we're looking at here now is what are we going to do in the future? Because we took the recommendation that Lisa gave us. This is what the salary should be for this position. We approved it. We put the 30 cents onto that. And now if some people get step increases, they get them, but everyone doesn't get them. I think that's where we stopped.
And I understand that, but after going back and sort of backtracking a little bit, I think it ends up being a little more complicated than that because of the way that this is the compensation study report that was presented. And I'll probably have to turn it over to Lisa to explain why bifurcating it or just adopting parts of it complicates the remainder. And I don't know how to explain it because it's not. You want to ask me about something to do with drunk driving law, then the inner workings of that, I could probably do that. But as far as this is not my work product, and I'm trying to explain it based on what I know about it. But Lisa is the subject matter expert for this particular study.
And I will, if that's okay, make a couple of comments and some of where the confusion was really, as Angie and I worked on these, some of it is my not understanding what the motion was. So if I understand this correctly, there was a motion to adopt the structure, but not the associated policies. And so we're operating a new structure under the old policies where people get step increases. Not everyone's eligible every year. And the new structure that we came up with was for everyone to be eligible if they have a good evaluation for a step increase. And so as I am developing implementation spreadsheets that you saw the first time back in November when we presented, it's based on smaller steps being given every year. And then now you've adopted the structure without the policies that go with it. And that does create an issue. Is it something that you can work within? You can. Another concern along those lines that I know sometimes spreadsheets, I kind of laugh because spreadsheets make sense to me when I make them, but maybe they won't make sense to the people looking at them. But I do want to show you this one. Part of, you'll recall from the report, is we go to your current system and do an analysis of what your what your structure looks like, how broad the range is, how much distance you have between steps. So this top part is just me recreating your these boxes, and this is 2020. So it's me putting it there so that I can use cool formulas. Your range spread is kind of all over the place, which is interesting. A lot of times you'll see differences, but we would have expected to see, for example, CAMA, TPA, LEA to probably have similar range spread. And then maybe as you get to the higher ones, that reduce a little bit. And that's the case. Some of them are similar, some are not. And I'm going to have to get some new drink. So that's an effect. But really go down to the next group of boxes. So then trying to figure out what step, and things like that happen when you've had a structure as long as you've had yours. Those just happen over time. The next one was we started looking at, okay, is there a common percentage as you move through steps? And you'll see that there was not necessarily. Again, you would expect to see a 2% between each step, or a 2% between, again, as the salaries get higher, sometimes you see less to equal those out a little bit. But I didn't see a real pattern there. Some have 9% between steps, 8%, some have 3%. If you flip it over to the back, is where it really becomes actually more clear of how I think that your structure was developed years ago, and that is the cents per hour. Now you see things, at least across a range, much more similar. So let's take the very top grouping, and the clerical A group is $1.20 between step 1 and 2, $1.16 between 2 and 3, but it's in that $1.16 to $1.20 all the way across. So that's where you start seeing the consistency. And okay, so they've made this, they created this step schedule based on cents per hour. And so that looked great until you look at the inconsistencies between the different ranges. And, you know, you go to the LE and there's 40 cents between steps, but you go to the LEB and there's $1.50 between steps.
That's the lake employees too.
Okay, so LEA though,
That's like the MC.
is $1.
The MCs are part-time help. That's the reason those two categories are.
Okay, but they even look at between LEA and LED, 50 cents. That just seems, and then.
There's where the higher salary employees got a bigger jump every 2 years.
So then you go to LEB compared to CB. LEB was getting $1.59 to $1.61 per hour, $1.55 actually, one little outlier there, compared with your CB, which is, you know, they're both B ranges, and they're at 40 cents lower per step. You go to the CAs, they're a little more similar. MCs, manual C, are all under $1 an hour, but yet, and so those inconsistencies are a concern, because you start looking at, you know, why did over time, I'm not saying you, but why did over time this particular line get bumped so much more by each step? So one of my concerns with adopting a new pay schedule under old policies is you're keeping the every 2 years. Ours was designed for every year, so your employees are going to see less increase waiting every 2 years. The other thing you'll recall is you have people that are following your handbook, department heads following your handbook and truly giving them as they're outlined in the handbook, and you have department heads who are jumping ahead and giving step increases that shouldn't be given. It wasn't their turn yet or their time on step yet. Have we fixed that if we continue to operate under the old policies? And I'm just afraid it'll go back to that again. And please understand, this is not we created this wonderful system, you must do it exactly, but I do feel like we spent the time getting feedback, trying to address what the commissioners who were here that we did at the time that we did the individual meetings with, appointments with, address big concerns that they had. So we can make this work. If we need to have a 2% between steps, we can make that happen. It's truly a formula. But I just would recommend that you think twice about using old policies with a new system. I don't think that was the intention that you started with, asking to have this done. It sure wasn't the intention when we designed it, and you know, I just, we go back again to the time frame that we're in, the expectation of employment, and waiting 2 years on performance increases is not the employee world that we're living in. You know, they want that reward a little more frequently, and then consistency. So I'm not sure So that differences in steps also plays into your budgeting. I'm not sure, and I'm looking for, Angie on that, formula. Do you have that with you? Can we just update your formula? 'Cause can I just help you update your formula? Okay. Then I think we can come up with the number that you have, or that you're asking. Oh. So.
I can get one off again for that.
Oops, sorry, wrong one. Okay. So did I muddy those waters or did I help you?
No, it's on my computer upstairs. You,
I was just gonna edit. It usually does it then. Yeah.
That's true.
That's what I think. After that report comes down. Very similar to what she just presented, except I got one more call. And there's a backside to it.
No, you want me to do one day and be,
I've got an extra copy. Yeah.
I've got one. I've got one.
Okay.
What is our?
You have to put out the community just to let them know.
Under this plan, there's 21 different categories when you get into group 65 and 60 and 55. It'll be higher value where sparkles are.
I agree. We got what, to me, we got what we wanted. We want to know if our employees were paid adequately, and they are. To me, this is all extra, but we can't keep extending it out to where the taxpayers are paying outrageous prices for employees.
Can't continue at that rate.
No, we can't continue on forever at that rate. So that's to me, that's where we need to make the adjustments.
See the same thing that Lisa just read that. I spent 3 hours putting this together. For all the departments. Average annual increase. This is an annual.
Okay.
This one's down here on page 4 of the budget.
So more than
Percentage increase.
three
False it is.
But they're getting it every year too.
Because they were doing it.
They're getting it every year.
This is still regular Bill Fawcett. They have bigger increase than Bill Fawcett.
And but before we did the student.
The biggest problem we have.
On the two-step program.
Well,
And it's minimum. 4.2, 3.2.
But it's just what Lisa said. The biggest problem was people, the biggest problem was employees taking people into this category.
This is selective
That's what
sufficient.
got us in trouble.
This is selective sufficient. We can't stop it. We can stop
We
it.
had some department heads. We had others do it too, so. That was it, that's what about it, so that's.
See, under this new policy, 2.5% per year. And Coleman says averages 2, that's 4.5. For the last 15 years, our employees have averaged that much per year.
How many of these taxpayers that are paying for our employees are gonna make 4.5% increase every year?
And most of them are guaranteed in hospital.
No, I mean our taxpayers.
I understand that, but you take a hospital, you take everybody else, the COLA.
Yeah.
They're not getting 5% every year. Guaranteed.
And the benefits on top of that too.
Absolutely. But this shows the whole policy, and it's a greater increase. You bet. Well, that's the reason I should have brought that. I spent 3 hours putting this together.
We'll get off. It's in here to get some out. So I go back to again, I mean, there's not that much, actually I'm losing lack of terminology or lack of words, but it's actually less cost this year than it has been in previous years. Except for last year when we did not do cost of living.
In your report, the first one we had came out with a payroll of 6.2, an increase of 83,000 or 80,000, whatever it was. But in your report, and maybe I missed it, but once we put our employees in a specific category, it was your understanding we're supposed to move them, every one of them, one step. And see, I didn't take it that way, and that wasn't the way my vote was, but it wasn't the way my motion was. But like in this news spreadsheet that Angie passed out, there's only 44 employees, they're getting one step.
Under your old system. But yes, I mean, I guess, that's your old
That's the sheet,
policies.
that's the sheet she just gave us.
Mhm. And so under your old policies, where you're doing what is it, A to B is 1 year, and then B to C and continuing is 2 years. So the the way the salary schedule was designed was smaller steps with employees being eligible every year. And so early on implementation options, you remember we did the option A, option B, was prepared as if you adopted a new salary schedule with the associated policies, which was in April. Well, we recommended separating the two, whether you do or not, COLA from steps being done in April. So originally, that would have been how those implementation options. So then when I was told that you adopted the pay schedule, so that was back in November. So then when I was told you did a COLA and then adopted the pay schedule, I just assumed, and shouldn't have, but I assumed the associated policies went with it, which is the way it was designed for one step per year. And so then as we started working on things, and I'm saying Angie and I are sharing spreadsheets to double check each other, it's like, no, now we need to not do any steps at all, was I think the second step. So then we did spreadsheets with no steps at all. And then last week it was only for the ones that are eligible under old policies. So I'm probably getting a little confused too as to what we are.
You're not the only one.
And then we have newly elected that are like, I wasn't even here from the beginning, and,
See, the new spreadsheet we just received, is my understanding, has got the new schedule in it, that only a step increase for 44 employees. And yet we got less gross dollars, we got less increase, or do we have less employees?
well, so that's what we were.
The employee count's gotta be different.
Right, so that's what we were trying to work on here real quickly. Angie had added those columns in so that she could put in those that were eligible for a step. And then what she didn't do, which again, maybe you were expecting to get that back from me again and I missed that, but the formula used to calculate the budget impact is still doing budget impact on everyone just getting a COLA. And so we were trying to update that formula quickly so that we could get you, and we take the new number, instead of 70-some thousand, it's
80,127.
Which is about $2,000 difference from what the original.
Yeah.
It was 83,000, I think was the
Right.
original.
Does that include a step increase for every employee?
No.
Okay,
So it's just what
you're back to the
under the
80,000.
old system.
The 214,000.
So the step increase, if we do that for every employee, that also includes those 60 or 70 employees that had a step increase last year. So they're receiving 2 steps in it.
So remember though, that the design of you asking for this to be done as a commission, and the feedback we got from day one was, this is somewhat broken as far as.
It's definitely broken.
Okay, well, I'm trying to be sensitive because not everyone believes that maybe.
Now, what you presented us this morning, I spent 3 to 4 hours on it yesterday doing the same thing.
Oh, well, we should have talked. I could have.
Yeah.
I mean, I described it
Except
in the report.
I put an annual percentage to it, 1 step more. And it sheds some light on the old policy quite a bit.
Absolutely. So going back to that was kind of the purpose of this was, this isn't working well for us. And what we found during the whole project was, part of it was this, but part of it was how it was being used by the departments. And departments choose, and I mean, I'll be totally blunt, in the last 2 weeks, we've found that. As Angie and I have been sending spreadsheets back, I'll say I've found that. We're double checking each other, and she's like, hey, we need to change, this person's resigned that I didn't know about, or this person's added. But we got beyond that into, as recent as late last week, 3 or 4 employees that were drastically different pay than I last had. And I last had their pay in January. So, well, what happened in between? Yeah, they came in and asked for increases and got them.
We just had one since January.
So, well, I don't know, there's other, maybe it wasn't January, maybe it was last fall, but there's 3 in the sheriff's department that created, so it's that constant kind of randomness of increases that do make it really complicated. So go back to the purpose for this was to try to help modernize it a little bit. And again, so as presented in the report, this is a complete reset. So the fact that people, I think we all need to just forget last year, which we probably want to for a whole lot of reasons, but not think about, well, they just got an increase last year. Yeah, I'm sorry. But when you completely reset, you can't necessarily take all that into consideration, because where do you ever restart then? So now if you look at, okay, for this year, let's go ahead and if you got a step increase last year, you don't get one this year. Well, then what do you do next year? You're going to still be in the same boat. At some point, you have to kind of draw a line and say, we're resetting into a new system as of this date. There's times to grandfather in and there's times to not.
Okay, Lisa.
Yes.
You and I have only talked once since we started this whole program. We had a good conversation, but I guess I'll just tell you where I'm at on this. What I thought when we were going to see if our employees are well paid, which we discovered that our employees are very well paid. Okay, the rest of this is extra, but what I'm seeing is, this is my thinking as a commissioner. And I agreed that we're going to pay them what you recommended, because that was fair. And we gave them the 30% CPI, which I think is fair each year to get CPI or COLA, however you want to say it. But what I see is we have some employees who have been here and they had timed out. I guess timed out, you said. But they're up there and they were getting the longevity, which was making up for them being timed out. And some of those were starting over again. If they were timed out as a 6, we're starting them over again as a G. And that makes, and then we're going to go to an O. That gives them 8 more scales. That's the 2% or whatever it might be, they're going to get. Plus, we're still going to give them the longevity on top of that. I honestly don't feel that the taxpayers of Coffee County can afford that. I'm here to represent the people in my district, the taxpayers. Yes, some of them are employees, but my goal is not to represent 155 employees totally. Right. Because we have a lot of taxpayers out here that are going to be paying for this. Pretty soon, when you add 8 more steps onto some of those salaries, then we're going to have to do a big deal to make our department heads be ahead of them. And I don't think the taxpayers can afford it. And that's where I'm coming from.
Sure.
So I've agreed with what we did of paying what you recommended. But it's just also, I thought we had really talked about, and I kind of thought even in our conversation, we talked about a lot of people were going to be frozen. But it looks to me like what has happened is, instead of a person being frozen at that salary, we have removed something, and then we've already taken them up to the next closest salary, which that gives them a little raise. And then we want to turn around and give everyone a step this year. I have a problem with that.
Okay.
Because I don't think taxpayers can afford that.
Okay. And I agree that you have 6 steps and we stretched it out further. But remember that 5 of those steps are, is it 5? I'm sorry, 5 or 6. But anyway, are every 2 years. So it's still 10 years. Number of steps, and I would have to relook at what your, maybe I have it on that sheet, what the spread is from minimum to maximum on your old system. I have to keep track of where the things that I talked about.
Well, those employees came to work knowing that they were going to eventually time out.
Absolutely.
But now,
I'm
in the middle of the game, once they've timed out, in the middle game, now we're going to say, oh, we're going to give you automatic increases for the next 8 years. plus we're going to give you whatever cost of living, plus you're receiving your longevity. I just feel like that taxpayers are overpaying their employees, gonna be overpaying them.
I think we've got two options. I think we've got the extra steps minus the longevity, or you've got top out and longevity. I mean, there's gotta be a give and take somewhere in there.
I agree. But
And it's more structured and quote, fair on the scale that she's presenting, as long as department heads don't try to jump steps like they're not supposed to. But then you run the steps, you run the extra pay that, that we're given, plus the longevity. I think that's just too much money going out for the taxpayers, personally.
Well, you too. Well, my own concern is, we had employees that came here knowing the deal, knowing they were getting longevity. They stayed here with us to get that longevity. I'm not in favor of taking that away from those employees. And I think I mentioned this, and I got a lot of dirty looks, but I'm not sure that for the next few years, we should be on two different pay scales. The new employees starting this day, this is what the rules are. The employees that are here this day, this is what your rules are. I realize it's gonna create a little bit more concern, more work for some people, but I think it's doable. Because I don't like changing the game in the middle of employee when they come here, they know the rules, and then we change the game on it. I don't think that's fair.
Yeah, I think we'd have a little trouble taking the longevity away from them, and I presented a little bit here last week, so, but, we are representing taxpayers, we're also representing our employees that need to have a fair wage. I took it one step further when I put my deal together, Lisa. The the 6-step program was every 2 years, but it was, and I made a comment that the 2.5% here 3 or 4 weeks ago was pretty aggressive. You look at the old policy. The old policy, the annual increase, and I took it down to the annual increase instead of every 2 years. On the CA is 4.2, CB was 3.2, 2.5, 4.2, 3.1, 3.126. Plus the COLA added to it. The last 15 years, using this whole chart, for the last 15 years, we've had a COLA increase of 30.7%. And you divide that by 15, there's 2.05. Our employees the last 15 years have received, with the old program plus CPI, an average increase of 5.35%, which is more aggressive. If we say at 2% CPI, is more aggressive. Now I'm supporting the program. Is more aggressive than what we did, what the proposal.
Yes.
And I think a lot of people looked at it every 2 years, and it wasn't real aggressive. When you break down annually, it was aggressive.
It is. Well, and I think, Bob, a couple things before I lose them. To your point, I think it was two Mondays ago, I was watching the meeting when you guys were talking about longevity, and it's a good thing I work alone, because I talk to my computer when I'm watching you guys. I'm like, yes, I agree with that. Or no, that's not what that intended to be. But, and this is where I'll get things thrown at me now, but when you commented about, could we grandfather people in on the longevity that are currently here, that happens all the time. It is a hassle. Oh, now I have Denise, and she's really gonna throw things at me. Absolutely, it'll take some figuring out, but that happens frequently when you need to change something. Now, I'm not an advocate for, and when I first looked at your longevity, starting at 3 years, I think I've made this comment to a lot of people. 5 years ago, I said, that's way too early. You don't need to start it that early. And now what we're seeing on turnover statistics is that's you know, that's not necessarily bad. Does it have to be that much? And let's talk about if we were grandfathering it, starting anew, again, drawing that line in the sand. Maybe that amount for a new employee at 3 years could be backed off. I would agree with you on that. And those employees that have been under that system, I think it is very fair to grandfather them in and do that. If you look back to this sheet, which I find, the range spread is, like CC is 28%, so that's the amount from low to high, 28%, CD is 35%, CA is 46%. Ours, so again, Bob, to your point, the range spread on ours is 41%. So our range spread is not that different. Now I understand that what you're saying when we implement them in, there's some that were maxed out on a 5 or a 6 are going back and have a few years. Part of that has to do with the market study and positions that were behind. That's a piece of it. But the other thing you have to remember that you were having under the old system is, and I'd have to reread the report to remind myself how many, but you had a lot of departments not starting people at step 1. They were starting them up because they felt you were behind. And whether they, you know, not as many were behind as maybe that's one of the things you learn. But people weren't starting on step 1, and that created a big issue. That was part of the policies that are suggested in this, to have some flexibility for people that come in with extra skills and abilities, more prepared to do the job than the average starting person, but also limiting that to where it has to come up.
Excuse me.
Yes.
And maybe Wade needs to be here. But what you just said makes me wonder, we're talking about this. I'm not sure that in my mind, I'm not sure we want to adopt this till we get to the policies and see what the policy says about how this is actually going to work.
Okay.
So
they're in the
maybe,
report.
even though we're doing this, we really haven't gone over those yet.
Okay.
So maybe, yeah, we can discuss this, but before we ever think about taking any action, we probably need to move on to the next step and the policies and see how it's going to implement some of this stuff, I think. That's my thinking, instead of here this is, accept this, now we're going to move to another.
It's hard to develop a policy when you haven't got this accepted.
But the operational policies are already done and they're in your report. So let's just kind of review them maybe briefly.
Yeah, he's gone.
Maybe he's the white of the group. So the operational policies, I guess, are setting that beginning pay at step, A, and we suggest that department heads have some space when they have a highly qualified applicant that they want to hire, that they can start above. And then we had a group like up to, I think it was market, that someone in the county, and we suggested maybe Wade, that a department head come in and just review. We want to start someone above step A. Here's why. Here's to kind of give that justification. And then above market or something very drastically, they have to come before you. So that's part of the operational. Part of the operational is that each year you look at whether you're going to give a COLA. Of course, you like to see it based on something, CPI or, some associated different organizations use different CPIs. And then do the step increase. And again, as I mentioned, when Dawn said step increase was kind of aggressive, you're seeing that maybe it's not as aggressive as you thought it was. But if we do need to back off again, you can, and there is a balance between CPI and step and what a county can afford. And yeah, being in county government, and being in HR as long as I was, I get that balance between, mine was between commissioners, taxpayers, budget, and employees, and whose side are you on? I'm on everybody's side because it's a balance, and that's what you guys, that balancing act.
I believe CPIs are important.
Mhm.
I think CPI should be separate from anything else,
Mhm.
because you either get the cost of living or you don't.
Mhm.
I don't think that it should tie into any salaries or anything else. That's just my thinking on it.
You mean like they shouldn't add to the base, or, I'm not sure I
Well,
understand.
yeah, but I mean, yeah, it's going to add to the base,
Yeah, okay,
but you get a CPI. I don't care what your salary is, you still get a CPI.
Right.
And, you know, I don't care, just because you're making more money doesn't mean you should get a different CPI. Everybody should, in my opinion, should get the same.
Mhm. Like the 30 cents an hour.
30 cents an
Yeah,
hour.
and that's fine, that's fine.
And that, but I just feel that, and I kind of go back to what Jesse said too, maybe I think maybe we're trying to string it out too far, because we're just continuing to add salaries. I think we need to stop the salary somewhere for when you time out, because you're still getting your longevity, which makes up for not getting any more step increases. But if you've been here for 16, 17 years and you've been timed out, I'm not sure that the thing to do is basically, in a sense, start you over, because you're going to get more steps than you got to get timed out.
Mhm. Well, keep in mind that we're not timing people out at really much different minimum to maximum of what you've already had. It's just we caught up to, we had two things going on. We had some positions that were behind in pay, and then we had classifications that needed to be internal, that whole internal equity piece. And so where positions had been low compared with co-workers within the county in different job titles that had similar knowledge, skills, and abilities needed, you know, so we got the internal equity balanced again. We got the market pay looked at, but the minimum to maximum hasn't really changed from your old one. So we're not stretching it out on a percentage basis. You're gonna have people, right now you have people maxing out much faster because you're starting them on step 3. Now, part of that was maybe market. You really couldn't find someone for less than step 3, and part of it was the issues that we keep coming back to of departments.
And then what was happening there, when they would max out, then the department head would want to move them to another scale. That was one of the biggest problems.
Which is another policy we have in here, is how do you make that happen? You have a place that gets justified through, whether that be us being able to continue doing that for you, or the empty chair way doing that. You know, again, we're trying to bring, and what we heard from commissioners and what we heard from most of the department heads very strongly was, we need some structure and we need some policy and we need everyone to follow the policy. That was probably the biggest message. And so, yeah, like you said, I'm in this box. How do I get to be in this box? Or how do I get my employee to be in that box? And let's bring some structure to that, and some not automatic approval to that.
You know, in your summation of your study, you know, you state in there that most businesses, once they adopt a policy or a structure, whatever it may be, need to reevaluate it every 3 to 5 years, which that's something we could do. And I know I've made a comment before, the 2.5% annual increase is pretty aggressive. If this was set up at 1.5% or 2% increase annually, it'd probably be more acceptable on our side versus starting out at 2.5. I know I've suggested that when the CPI is not very high, forget about it like we did 2 years ago and just let the spreadsheet cover it. And I know Bob said he'd like to keep it separate, and I would too. But we still got the choice of making the final decisions. And, a lot of our employees that have topped out, how many there are, I don't know, 15 or 20, 25. In the new structure, they're gonna top out. It does give them another 3 years to top out, maybe 4, depends on where they fell in at. But some of them are starting out at a K. There's even a few O's here that's already topped out.
And that's
So,
frequent. That
yeah, we have
happens every
changed
study.
the top out a little bit, because we added 3 more years to it, or 4, whatever you want to call it. So, I know when we went into this, we selected your company to present this study to us. I think it's been well done. Yes, it's not, like we told them, the department heads, when they've been with us, starting out a new structure is not gonna have a perfect fit.
Right.
And we're gonna have to be flexible and hopefully arrive at some common ground to adopt something. And, when I made the motion a week ago or 2 weeks ago, whenever it was, way time flies, I didn't put the step increase in there for every employee.
Yes.
And now the one we got here has only got the step increases in for 44, so we still don't have an accurate table to work with. And it looks like we got less numbers because the payroll's down to 6 million for their salary, for our hourly people, where it started out here 2 weeks ago with 6.2. So evidently this last one that Angie handed us, has probably got 2 or 3 less employees involved in it. So we gotta come up with our cost to our budget, our cost to our taxpayers.
And a comment Don just made might help me buy into it a little bit more is, instead of being so aggressive with 2.5% step, maybe that step only should be 1% or 1.5%.
I'll probably look at 1.5.
So-
But instead of the
Right.
2.5, but that's one of my concerns is it's gonna start costing taxpayers. It costs them a little less each time. we might be able to negotiate.
Well, and one caution I would give on finding a good balance there is, let's look at backing off a little bit to maybe a 1.5. I'm gonna negotiate a little different, start high, start low, 1.5 to 2%. Simply, if we go to a 1%, you're gonna fall behind market pretty quickly again. Not again, you guys have not been bad, but you'll start falling behind market. And then in 3 years, you'll be like, oh, we got to spend a whole bunch to catch up. So
Even with the cost of living, we'd fall behind?
probably.
Okay.
Now, I think we could go less than 2.5%, and for the next, I'm gonna, I don't have, my crystal ball doesn't work very well anymore, but I'm just gonna pick a number and say for the next 2 to 3 years, while the country and the world settles into whatever, and employment returns in some areas, I think you'll be okay with a little. I don't think you'll fall behind as quickly as 3 years ago. If you went with a 1.5% within 2 years, you'd be probably 3 years you'd be behind drastically again.
But if some of these guys take a look at it in 3 to 4 years.
Yes.
Then those adjustments can be made, small adjustments, instead of,
Yes.
I feel like we're trying to make too big of a judgment
Okay.
of adjustments on the taxpayers right now.
Mhm.
That's my thinking on it.
And I think that's,
Another
no.
little question that, the original group settings, pay grades that you sent out based on all the figures. If we stay at 2.5%, we're gonna, if we adopt the 2.5%, we'll have 21 steps above 62.5, real quick.
I'm not following it.
Well, there's
Above
20
62.5.
There's 21 steps that some of the employees will fall into, that their annual gross payroll will be 62.5, which gets them up above, in the ballpark with the department heads.
How are we getting 21
Where's
steps?
21 steps?
I have 11, or 15, excuse me.
Well, you got 15.
You have 11.
You got, I'll say 21 categories.
Oh,
Like in group
Groups.
65,
pay ranges.
pay ranges from step F to O, and then in step 60 from step J to over. You got 21 of those groups that, you know, it's a 6-2-5, which is at a pretty, getting them up at a pretty good level. If they've earned it and that's what the media is, I don't have any problem in doing it, but that, you know, 2.5 gets pretty aggressive.
So, and I guess, the other little quick calculation I did is, as you think about how far and I keep talking here, and I'm sorry, guys. Your current structure, if someone starts on step 1, and the departments follow the policy, it's an 11-year top out. And ours is a 15, so we have extended it by 4 years. Right, wrong, or otherwise, as a percentage, a 41% spread is good. It's not unusual, it's not an outlier. Certainly some are smaller, but they're usually coming in every couple years and bumping it up again anyway. And then we have others. Someone had brought up a recent study that was done in another county, and I was looking at it, and their spread range is 66% from low to high. They don't max out for 66%, and yours is 41. The new one is 41. And then as we saw, your current one, it just depends. It's anywhere from 18% to 46%. So I'm actually, you know, a lot of your current one is 34, 33, 35, 46, and our spread is 41%. So I don't know that our spread's the problem. But again, it absolutely has to be livable for you all, for your taxpayers. But because you've had the same system for so long, and if nothing else, those of you that have heard from me know that I'll be blunt, and when I feel like I need to be, and that is, with it not being followed. And that falls on department heads not following, but that falls on commissioners approving those increases. The department heads got to.
Some problem what we have is elected officials do those step increases without, I mean, they just do.
But we have had department heads also come in, and we as commission have gave it to them. So it's our fault. We need to take the blame. It's our fault. But
Not since I've been here, I mean.
Well, and there's the whole, the bigger elephant in all counties' rooms is the court case from a number of years ago and how that's being interpreted. And you know, I'm not legal. I can't say for sure, but you know, I don't know that all of that.
We've heard that case many times.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that I interpret it from reading, but I'm not a legal. I'm not saying that my interpretation, but all of the other interpretations I've seen are opposite from what gets permitted you. I just think that the statutes still give you a lot of control, whether it be through budget or it be through how that case handled. I really need to stay off of that case because it's not my bailiwick, but I do think, and then just everyone agreeing to do what's right by the employees and not as departments treat, because how can you turn down a appointed department head who just wants the same thing as an elected department head's been able to do for their employees?
Yeah.
You know, I can't blame them for coming in, fighting for their employees and trying to get them increases. And then you have some electeds that aren't doing that, so.
So the one we were handed today, Angie, we're still using the same, grid, if you will, that says annualized with step increase. That's just basically, it's not really a step increase, that's just switching their pay due to the classification that they've been put under, correct?
Right.
Okay, good. So this chart we were given today is not really including a step increase, it's just
It's
adjusting up.
it's only giving you the step increase for those that would have been eligible for the 2 years based on the old rules,
Got 44 of them.
which is what you guys asked us to do.
Okay.
These right here has got the step increase. The one that's got these two
Right.
columns.
Fine.
But I mean, I was back up here for that.
There's no step increase in that.
Correct. But when you go, okay. Well, I guess my question is that reclassification, puts her at that,
The top one's got a reclassification.
right? That was my meeting. Okay.
Let me just throw something out to
Yes.
think about.
Yes.
This is just my thinking again. I want to continue with the longevity, especially for the people who have it.
Yes. I do too.
I would want to, and go back to maybe only 1.5% or 1.25% in steps instead of this. And for that, and then it's revalued in 3 or 4 years by the commission. And I don't want to give everyone a step increase this year. In other words, if you get there, if we're going to the 1-year step increase, it actually wouldn't be effective until next year. Because I think we've done real well this year, because we have moved, I don't know anyone, there's only 4 or 5 that didn't get anything. No one got their wages frozen. Everyone got a little bit of something because they were all moved up to the next pay scale. And then they all got to CPI.
Mhm.
I think we did very well this year for our employees. So if we could adjust it to 1.5% or 1.25% even, either way, from here on out, the step increases, the way you have proposed, but only at that rate. The longevity stays, and I really would like to change the longevity where it doesn't pay so much at the beginning, but I don't want to affect the people who are getting it.
Right.
So that's
I
something we
would-
might want to look at.
Yeah.
From this day forward, longevity to expect this way, and from this day back, you guys are where you were.
Mhm.
Those, but I mean, those are the things that I think I'm kind of looking at.
That's kind of where you're landing
It makes a
right now.
lesser burden on the taxpayers, I think, down the road, because, and then we will figure out each year what the CPI is, and that has nothing to do with the step increases or anything else. That's just what the CPI comes in as.
I was looking to see, yes, you're right. Fitting them in on a step means that people got some, and I was kind of scanning down to see kind of what that average or what that range was. 2 cents, 6 cents, and then, you know, like here's one at 39 cents.
But what we adopted what you recommended. So everybody should be having a fair salary right now. Everybody in this county should be making a fair salary. Is that correct?
If they move to the new pay
By
schedule,
adopting what you had recommended, which we did.
then on average, everything, yes.
Then we gave
I
them
mean,
30 cents on top of that.
Right, cost of living.
So this year, we do not give any step increase to anyone. Everyone doesn't get that automatic step increase.
Okay,
And I'm not real sure how this new scale, the step increases how we're, when people used to come every 2 years, they would get a step increase. Well, so now we're saying every year they're gonna get it, but
they get less.
they get less of that, and we continue with the longevity the way it is. I mean, this is just my thinking. There might be a better way to go, because I'm looking at taxpayers out there too, not just employees.
I guess one question I have that I don't know the answer to off the top of my head, and I think that's kind of what Angie was working on too, is how, or maybe talking about before, but how does the one step in, because I thought even with the COLA, or the COLA, and one step, implementing the full, and doing the one step movement was still right in range with what you budgeted for a normal year's increase for your employees. And so I'm not sure exactly. So if you're wanting to hold back on that because you feel like, your budget this year, because of all the COVID and whatever, can't support what you originally budgeted, then that's perfectly acceptable. But if you're holding back because you feel like employees are getting too much, they aren't really, I see them getting more than what they would have gotten if you had just continued with your old system. But I don't know that total number now anymore, I've lost.
If we would stay with the old system, everyone would not have been getting that step increase.
Right.
Be 44 of them.
Yeah.
44 of them, and they would have gotten, depending on where
They would have gotten it, yes.
But your study actually, I'd have to go back and look at it. Actually, once it was adopted, your interpretation was we need to give every employee that next step increase, correct?
In 2021, I assumed that you
Here
were.
on April 1st, it all moved one step. That's your, and what we did, we adopted your deal, your
The structure.
with no step increases.
Now, what I'm saying is I would like to decrease that value of that step increase and forego it for this year and start it next year.
I guess I'm still, and I don't mean this argumentative, Bob. I'm just still trying to wrap my head around the few people getting, I mean, they're getting a reduced amount, but what you had budgeted for last year is 44 people being eligible for a step increase that ranges from 3.4% to 8%, 8.5%, and 9.34%, depending on where they land, versus giving everyone a 2 or a 2.5% step. And I'm just not wrapping my head around how that's.
We budgeted on the old pay scale, which we actually voted to. We are no longer on the old pay scale. And just because we budgeted the money doesn't mean we have to spend it.
I know.
But I think we're being very fair to our employees we've moved them up one step. We gave them more CPI than what CPI actually was.
True.
I think there's got to be a little give and take.
Sure.
It can't all be we give. There's got to be a little give and take on both sides.
Right.
And that's what I'm kind of trying to propose out is
Yeah.
little give and take.
Yeah.
And then we haven't even talked about what it costs for benefits for the county, for the employees' benefits and what that's worth to them.
Sure.
So I don't feel like that we're lowballing our employees one bit by doing something like that.
Last year we had a pretty lengthy discussion on the step increases. We didn't do anything on CPI. And we had a pretty lengthy discussion. Employees know what our policy is on step increases. Because at one point, we wasn't doing step increases either because of the virus.
Right.
Then the decision was made, and I'm not sure the vote, I think it was probably 5-0, but I'm not going to say because I don't remember. But we ultimately, because of our employees, expected a step increase. We ultimately rewarded them with a step increase.
Because it's in our policy.
It's in your
manual.
policy.
And we're actually talking about the same thing here. We got 44 employees expecting a step increase. And to me, even though I like to control costs, to me, we probably owe it to them to reward them with a step increase, just like we did a year ago.
So I
So we're
guess,
under the same assumption we had a year ago, and we finally did it. In my mind, the step increase, they've earned it, they expect it, it's in our policy. To me, it's probably hard to take that away from them this year.
You're under a new system, yeah.
We're in a new system. And just because they expect it, doesn't mean their department heads are gonna give it to them either.
Well, that's correct, because
Right,
last year,
performance.
discussed quite a while, we wasn't gonna do it, and all of a sudden, we made a decision. They expected, and those that earned it got it. So we're we're discussing the same issue this year. We awarded it last year, now we're trying to take away from 44 that have actually earned it, if their department heads do it.
correct.
So we're arguing both sides of the fence, and
For me, something confusing last week was the spreadsheet we were handed, it had the 30 cents plus the step increases. I'm looking at one individual that, annual budget impact was, after the 30 cents was $2,900. Now, the new one, we handed today with the step increases, same individual, budget impact was only $1,435. I think that's where we got our sticker shock from last week. This spreadsheet is, it's almost night and day difference than the one we received today. So that same person getting a step increase, and it changed by a lot.
About $1,500.
Yeah. So, and it
Yeah, so
matches,
2 point,
it matches this.
right.
So
Right.
this does,
Mhm.
that don't.
Yeah, that's what the
So
step,
I
and then
think
2.5.
last week when we were looking at this is what started getting everybody kind of pretty concerned.
Hey, Tom, look at line
I think we
one.
need to go 1.5 this year.
They don't match nothing either.
Line one was a reclassification by the department head.
For the page we was handed last week?
Yes, if you look in your book, under that department, you'll see.
Okay.
Okay.
See, right now, we got some changes, plus we've probably got 3 or 4 less employees. And this one here compared to what we didn't have.
But actually, if you go for line one, if you go over to, sorry, I've got too many.
No, you're fine, you're fine.
That person is, classification 30. New pay grade of 30, go to 30. Oh, I guess it's in there, sorry. I looked too many. Okay, it's in there. So that's,
Is there anything wrong from
so,
day forward, this is what it is?
Well, that's kind of where I was,
Yeah.
debating how much, because I don't want you, and particularly Bob, because I keep responding to things that you bring up, which have been good. I don't want you to think I'm being argumentative at all. Some of what I bring up is, I feel strongly about something and what's the best practice. Some of it, I just want to bring up devil's advocate. I want you to think about. And that's where I go back to earlier when I said, at some point you draw a line in the sand and say, we have this old system and now we have this new system. And this is what we're gonna go with. And that's where I came to making that comment about sometimes it's appropriate to grandfather things in and sometimes it's not. On a pay system, I wouldn't, on longevity or a benefit, absolutely that happens a lot. The other thing that I guess I wanted to comment on, and again, this is just to think about, is you were talking about employees' expectations and how, how the 44 have expected a step increase. I've said over and over, your employees and your department heads have participated so well in this study. And every time we've asked them for their opinions, we've had them in groups they've really participated. They've been frustrated with different things. They've been very appreciative of a lot. They're very appreciative of their benefits and that type of thing. So I guess I throw as 44 people expected a step increase. I'm not going to say all of them expected a step increase this year, but they sure expected a new system. And so I think that they're kind of being let down that we're operating in their old policies, and 44 are getting increases. And we thought we were all going to kind of be on an evener, more even, a more even playing field. And now we're going to continue to piecemeal a little bit. So that's.
I personally don't want to piecemeal. I'll go back up to, again, last year about this time, we were all upstairs. We all agreed we hired McGrath. We all agreed with the outcome. We would all honor it, and we proceed ahead.
We agreed.
With the salaries.
We agreed we wanted a salary study to see if our employees were meeting the salary. That's what we agreed on.
And they are, and we also said some may be pros, and nobody would take the cut. Nobody's taking a cut.
Right.
It sounds like even with the step increases, we're still within market value, if you will, for, I guess that's a good terminology to use.
Sure.
So again, I'll go back to, for me, the sticker shock last week was that spreadsheet we were handed. I'll go back to the one individual getting almost $3,000 raise, and now to put it in real life, it's only $1,400.
Right.
So I'm going to say if everybody gets a step increase, you're going to see that the impact to our payroll for the year, after you add the 30 cents, you add everybody's step in there, is probably going to be a lot less than what we've done in years.
So you're wanting to do everybody a step, or just the 44 that are allowed or that are up for it?
Well, I will say this year, right at the first year, there's an individual come in and already gave his employee we already gave that employee a step increase. So that employee, of course, won't qualify.
Right.
But he's already had one this year.
Right.
But if you haven't had one this year, it was Lisa's suggestion that everybody get that step increase this year. So we did what she asked in January. We gave it 30 cents cost of living. And
Plus we gave, everyone got a little bit of something besides the 30 cents.
With the reclassification, I agree, but that.
To make them fit a step, yeah.
Yeah.
Now, and I guess I want to address a little bit, a message that I keep hearing, and I wanted to review a little bit what you hired us to do. Those of you that were here, the RFP that came out, scope of services was to conduct a comprehensive total compensation survey using not only job titles, but duties and responsibilities. Provide the county with an accurate assessment of how its compensation plan, as Bob said, compares with similar labor markets. Review existing position classifications for all pay groups and determine if they're appropriately classified and in pay ranges in relation to similar positions in the county. That's that internal equity piece that we talked about. Key deliverables were assessment and recommendations for revisions to the grades and ranges within the current structure, placement of positions into the revised structure, analysis and recommendations to adjust the outliers, strategies to adjust pay and bring outliers into range, review of content and structure of current job descriptions, model job, news job descriptions, recommendations for updates to current job descriptions, which is what we're working on, conduct analysis of employer-paid insurance premium contributions for health, dental, vision, life, and other insurance benefits, conduct an analysis of leave benefits, including holidays, sick leave, administrative leave, and vacation, develop external competitive and internal equity salary recommendations for each classification included within the study, assign a salary range to each classification which reflects the results of a similar labor market and the analysis of the internal relationships, and explain the methodology used, present the results to the Board of Commissioners and employees, be able to discuss and defend the challenges, any challenges to the survey, provide necessary assistance in the development of a strategy for implementing the compensation recommendations. That's all what you asked for in the, for someone to do in your compensation and classification. And then there's a whole separate set for the HR audit and such. So that's what was asked for. I feel like that's why it's so comprehensive. It's more than just, did you meet market or not? And by redoing the structure. Now, again, yes, you're right, Bob. Fitting people into steps costs you some money to make them fit the steps. I would venture to say in, say, 3 years or so, you need to do market checkups and see how you're doing every 2 to 3 years. You may want to do this part a little bit sooner than that, but more, 3 to 5 year, look at the structure again. See how that's serving you. Many times we are not putting in step, this structured of step schedules. Because you have to, it makes you put people in a box, and it takes away a little bit of your flexibility as commissioners in those harder times when maybe you can't afford to give a full 2.5% step or a 2% or 1.5%. The reason that so we have more of a kind of an open range that we use. The reason we didn't hear was because frankly, you just needed that structure. You needed to have department heads and commissioners know that when we hire this person new, they're going to start here. Right now, your flexibility is all over the place. You needed that structure. Do I think Coffee County will always need that? Not with this group here and with most of your department heads. I think you could do a more open, a truck driver would still be on the same range, but you wouldn't have to have all those little steps. But right now, that's kind of what you need as an organization. So it does cost you a little bit to put people on steps, but some people were getting 2 cents to get them on the step, and some were getting 25 cents an hour to get them on the step. And that's just kind of cost of business to move to a new structure after 30 years under the old one.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask this again.
Mm-hmm.
If we increase it to 1.5% this year instead of 2%, could we, if we went to 1.5% on the step increases throughout where it goes so far, didn't give step increase this year. Dale gave CPI, and I had to figure it out one time how much, not CPI, the longevity check.
Oh,
that comes, I think if you're up at the top of that comes to like 82 cents an hour extra you're getting. And gave those. Would we not be good for 3 or 4 years? And if we decide to look at this every 3 or 4 years, could we make changes then and not have to make near a drastic change in 3 years to 4 years as we're making today, trying to make now?
When you say we'd be good, you mean not moving any pay after this year? I just want to make sure we're clear. Just reducing that to 1.5%.
1.5%, no step this year, but next year you start giving that step. Now that step is still based on department head performance, correct?
Yes.
So everyone may not get that.
Right. I would never want to take that away. I am never a advocate of you fog the mirror, you get to get a step increase. You're not ready for full performance-based, but no, you're absolutely, I want to be real clear.
I think most employees think this says our step increases, and they think that they could deserve it, whether they deserve it or not. So I think that's a mindset. But
right.
So anyway, back to the 1.5, continue the longevity, no step increase this year, and get it next year, and reevaluate it to 3 to 4 years. Is that doable? Keeps us where we're at, keeps us in the market.
it's doable. What I would like to do before I fully answer that is really look at what does 1.5% do. I would take kind of a random sampling of positions and where that ends up and try to, because off the top of my head, I can't
And that's fair,
say,
that's fair, no problem,
but,
something to think about.
yeah, but yes, I do think that you would be okay to then re-examine, and maybe by then, if you have, well, 3 years may not be quite long enough, but you may be able to go to open. But no, I think you should be able to stay with this structure for, again, 3 to 5 years before you even look at it. And that doesn't mean you'll change it. I just think 30 years got to be a little much. But yeah, I mean, please don't hold me to the 1.5% yet until I can really analyze that a little bit more. But I do think, I guess I will, I don't want to use the word argue, but argue on the side of utilizing it as it was designed for a step. Let's see, did you say hold the steps this year?
Yes.
Ooh, yeah, I'm
And-
gonna fall on that one.
But what you gotta remember is, we have been very generous with CPI in this county.
Yeah, that's what Don had.
We always there've been a couple times we haven't given any, but I can't remember any time that we've ever given below what the recommendation was. And one year that we did not give one, I know we made up for it well the next year. So
I guess I'd have to look at and think about, I'm thinking out loud now. What I'd have to look at and think about is, let's make sure that we're not making current employees pay for over generosity in the past. You know, where we say, we've been really generous with our CPI for years and years and years. Boy, now we're gonna not do stuff. I mean, I just want to make sure that we balance that so we're not making current employees kind of pay the price for things that occurred in the past. And I just can't answer that.
a lot of those current employees have benefited from the benefits.
Sure.
That they got in the past also.
Yeah.
So.
Some have, some haven't.
It's just a thought.
No, I think,
You know, my thought on this, and I agree with Bob on part of it, but we give the 30 cents an hour there for the beginning of the year. That costs the county $93,000 approximately, because it's approximately 1.5%. And my thought is, we got 44 employees that is in our policy for the step increase. And if we go to 1.5%, their step increase will be a little bit less than it would be under the old policy. But a 1.5% will add another $93,000 to the cost, which would be a total cost. 30 cents plus 1.5% for every employee. That 190,000 is less than any of the increases we've had the last 3 years, except last year's 185. My feeling now, and the way I prefer to go, is change it down to 1.5% and give everybody the step increase as you proposed in your summation. That's kind of where I'm standing at right now. And I know we don't want to rush into anything, but I don't feel like we've rushed into anything, because this has been part of our discussion for the last 2, 3, 4, 5 months. We do need to find some common ground, in my opinion, and move with the expectation in 3 to 4 years to reevaluate. And like I said, I think the chart to me was probably a little aggressive, but yet it's less aggressive in the last 15 years. And we can show that real quick.
Yeah.
But there does come a point when things got to level off. Unless CPI goes up 2 or 3% every year, then we got a different ballgame to handle.
Well, and there's.
But that's kind of where I'm at now.
Yeah.
1.5%, and give every employee a step increase, even those that received it last year. And you can argue either way so strong it's.
Then you're gonna have the employees that or due, who felt they were due, but of course, this old pay salary no longer exists, because
That's
2
right.
weeks ago, we did away with that.
That's
So if we want to keep going back and saying, no, that exists, I'm kind of what Lisa said, was if you draw the line in the sand, we drew the line in the sand. You go from there on forward with it, is what I'm saying.
I'm not saying we're going back, but it is something you've got to refer to occasionally. Still,
So
that's still history, you still need to
So
refer to it.
is that fair that, you thought you were due for a step increase? You get it? I wasn't due for one, but I'm gonna get one anyway. So there you go. I mean, you gotta get back to that now too.
Yeah, I realize that, but how do you take something away from somebody that's earned it,
So,
and somebody expects it, and it's in our policy?
Yeah.
See, last year we argued,
so you're not gonna take it away from one who you say earned it, but you're just gonna give it to the other 111 employees who didn't earn it.
I say do the 44 that are up for it and roll on from there with 1.5%.
and I can support that too.
That's
Jess.
possible.
I
Because
can,
you're gonna hose 44 people off that was up for it.
And
And-
next
and-
year, you're gonna do 111 that will be mad because they expected. Because they're now, you
No,
know,
next year is gonna be everyone's gonna get this step increase. Yeah.
why are we not doing that in one fell swoop? New study, they all participated in this study unless they're a brand new employee since we started this. They knew things were gonna change. It's kind of that, sever it and make the change. You're kind of bringing in a little bit of pain this year, and then next year you're gonna have the same pain, but with different employees that said, but I expected, and last year I didn't get one.
But
And
some
you
of them
got
did
one.
move up though in all regards to fit the category. Because they didn't move down, they moved up. So
Right.
they actually did, every employee did move up, some.
Yeah,
It might have been cents, but they moved
right,
up.
sure,
It's better than hot poker guy.
yeah,
go into the new study, there's 9 of them that didn't get any increase at all because of the reclassification. And some of them got 1 or 2%. I mean, I don't know where we find common ground out, Jesse, for sure.
It's hard to sit here and justify to the taxpayers, in my opinion, justify to them that our county employees, we're just gonna keep give, and you're gonna keep paying, so we can give.
but you're not giving more than what you had been.
We're not getting more of what the history shows.
And not to say that you have to because it's history, just
I'm gonna
because
say
it's
history
history.
isn't always good.
Right, no, and I'm not saying that either. Yeah, I just,
But whatever it is, we gotta draw the line in the sand and move this
you know, and
direction
I just,
from it,
I
however it
think
goes.
to me, I think it's less painful to do it all at once. Let me take the hit for, we've implemented, today's a new day. This is the new salary study. I mean, this is what the salary study showed. Everyone's had access to the report. And we're implementing.
You can take the hit, but you're going home and we're still.
No, I get that. No, but what I'm saying is you're gonna be reliving this pain a year from now. This, only with
Okay, can we-
111 people that didn't get stuff.
Can we do that and still go back to 1.5 or 1.25 instead of the 2.5?
Sure.
We can make the percentage whatever we
Right,
want.
okay.
Right. And
Well, you're starting to make me feel a little more comfortable.
You know,
I'm trying. I'm trying to not,
1.5%. What is it based on right now?
2.5.
The chart's 2.5.
That's what I
it
think.
says 2.5.
All right.
See, if we go
I
1.5,
feel more comfortable 1.5. Done?
1.5.
that's where I sit, you know, my position right
We
now.
got 44 right now. Better do 40. And you got 111 next year that won't get it.
But all those 111 wouldn't ever get a step anyway.
Possibly.
How many department heads how many employees get their stuff held that they were due? Does that make sense?
How many don't get it that are timed for it? There's probably none.
There's normally 3 or 4.
Yeah.
Probably 3 or 4. I mean, small percent.
Yeah.
It's a mute point.
Probably what we get is more people move to a different classification than was held,
Which we're trying to make
which we're trying to eliminate,
and get.
Which is
to a
gonna
more
save money in
structured-
a nutshell.
which in down the road should save money.
Yes.
Well, Jesse, that's a
Or
great.
COLA, usually.
1.5%, isn't it? COLA?
COLA was.
The 30 cents evens out to about 1.5.
1.5.
That's what I say, yeah.
And that
If
was
you go,
over.
if you go 1.5% for every employee, that's probably the way I'm strongly leading, that's another 30 cents an hour. On the average of $20 an hour. And our average employees average about $21.40 an hour. Because we got about, next year, we'll have 80 employees above it, and we'll have 70 or 80, 70 below.
So median, not
I've
average.
done all that, put that together, but
And
the 44 employees this year, and I don't know, if we stayed on the old program, and I don't intend to refer back to that, their pay increase would have been 5%,
Or more, yeah.
5% average,
Oh, average.
because that's a
Gotcha.
two-year structure. And in fact, it's been 10%, because the average is well, be 8%, because it averages 4 per annual, on an annual basis, when I broke it out. The average annual was anywhere from 3.2 to 4.2 on an annual basis, even though it's a 2-year step. So actually, if we go 1.5 on every employee, is it fair to those that received it last year? That's an argumentative deal. But we gotta break ground someplace. And that's what we're doing, breaking ground.
And gentlemen, I feel like when you actually broke ground, at least 3 of you did, and the other 2 got pulled into the new ground kicking, as you know.
We're catching up fast. for
Well,
sure.
exactly.
We got our knowledge.
You broke new ground in December of 2019 when you put out this RFP. And so, change is never without pain. You have to decide what's the same. When the change of pain is less than the pain of the same, change will happen. And I think that what you all were telling us, and when I very first met with your wellness committee, asked me as a fellow Kansan HR director to come down, not as a part of McGrath, I was hearing there's a lot of pain in this county, and some of it is pay, some of it's other things. What can we do? And so that was the pain that was happening. And I think as commissioners, you took a very bold step in saying, we need a change. And so that actually happened in 2019. And then we arrived at today. Let me comment, there's nothing magic about the 2.5% other than, I didn't want to, like I told Bob, I don't want to go too low so that you are immediately falling behind. I'll tell you where the 2.5% came from. And as we do a lot of these pay studies, those steps go anywhere from really from 1.5 to, we have some very aggressive at like 3. You get to Aspen, Colorado, it's bigger than that, but we're not in Aspen. We don't have ski resorts. Those are crazy to do. They want to, yeah. Anyway, yeah, I will agree there too. But where to, so you wonder, where did she come up with 2.5? Are we really hurting ourselves if we do that? Where 2.5% came from is we're putting more and more structures in at when we have steps at around 2%. And that's why I kept coming back to 2 and Bob was at 1 and, you know, that back and forth. But it really came from looking at your current pay schedule and going, okay, I'm not finding a good, like I said, the percentage is all over the place. But for every 2 years, it's between close to 4 to 6 to on up. So I was trying to just cut that in half and say, let's go to 2.5%. That will feel good as a starting point. So no, there's nothing magic, and it's not at all difficult to cut that back to 2% or to 1.5%. And that's exactly where that 2.5, it's not magic of McGrath won't do anything besides 2.5. No, it really was trying to balance what you currently have.
And that formula did not take into consideration the longevity.
It did. I mean, we don't, it didn't calculate in, we looked at who else had longevity, what we're seeing with longevity. I think your longevity, again, like I said, when we got longevity in the county I was in, we started at 10 years, and I don't know that they've changed that. I would not go wait that long. I used to think three years, like I said, 5 years ago, 3 years would have been awfully soon. Now it's about right. Do I think that I would like to see you grandfather in the people that are already in there? But would I also recommend that or argue against, not that it's my business, but you going to a lower amount, especially in the earlier years? No, because I think that is pretty aggressive. But so yes, it's kind of taken into consideration, and yet knowing that that can go away and have been talked about.
Well, to my knowledge, I don't think anybody's talking about getting rid of the longevity.
Yeah, that's not what I heard.
I mean, so
I'd like to lower, but I don't think we do.
right.
I wouldn't. I really wouldn't.
And then the report, there's only 3 comparables.
Right.
So it tells us, sends us a message,
Not anybody.
it's not very common practice.
And it's more common in, and so yes, the comparables that came from the 22, it wasn't real common right in this area, but in other areas it is a lot more common, and I kept that in my mind as well.
The longevity, and that's something we can look at later, right?
Yes.
Because I'm not sure that
Yes.
if we're going with this route and we're extending steps out, I'm not sure. I feel like that the longevity needs to maybe go smaller increments, and you don't gain the total as quick as you do. Because you are getting more steps each year, you're still getting more. Where now, when you got to a certain point, you were receiving nothing else. So you got a larger longevity. And I'm still, you and I we talked about 5, 6, or 7 years of starting longevity, which I personally believe it should not start your first 4 years. I just don't believe it should start that quick.
Well, and you commented, I think it was 2 weeks ago when you guys were discussing longevity about, which I thought was an excellent point too, about elected officials and whether they should be on longevity. And when you're still in your first term, have you already hit that? I think that's a good thing to look at. I'm not here to, advocate one way or another, but I thought that was an excellent point.
I think that's another fish outside of this fishbowl we're in.
Yes.
Right now, I think we need to get something hashed out
Yes.
and set in stone so they can move forward. And I'm all for 1.5%. Give everybody the increase.
So if out there 30 cents, well, that's already again, so the step increase would be 1.5%.
That's what I'm throwing out there. We gotta get something.
Can we get that figured out and then go from there then?
Yeah, because what we need to do also, I would just caution, if you make a motion today, we can't say everybody's getting 1.5%, because what we're doing is we'll be redoing that chart to be 1.5% between steps, and then we got to place everybody back on there. It will also bring your maximum down. And so you're going to have more people topped out. I mean, there's a whole lot that it
goes along with it.
Yeah, sounds simpler than it is. So just be careful how you word that if you're going to make a motion today about.
But we need to proceed so that Angie
But
can get payroll.
yeah.
I mean, and if we switch it to the 1.5%, is that complicated for you then? Or
No, once I get the spreadsheet from Lisa,
Computer kicked that out.
we'll be able to get things turned around to CIC, and, because we're gonna be working on this month's payroll under the old pay, and then.
Can we get a sample spreadsheet of that first before we make any
Yeah,
decisions?
I would recommend that, because it's
going
going to lower you're going to have more people topped out, and we don't know how many people. It could be 2, it could be 15.
I don't know if we'll be able to have a spreadsheet form for next Monday. Okay.
I'll just make that happen.
Can I throw these other ones away so I don't get confused with the next
That's a good
spreadsheet?
idea. What papers are good and what ones are not?
I hopefully have a good shredder.
I started dating them.
You might want to keep that one. Wade, how do we handle the motion that we adopted here 2 weeks ago? Do we have to move to rescind? We're getting into terminology I don't know. Because that motion's not gonna have any value to it.
Now it does, because we're paying on that motion.
Well, technically, but we're gonna change it. It appears.
But
Or we just wait till we make the new motion.
I think you wait until you make the new motion, but the original motion was to adopt the
Recommended salary.
salary appendix with the 30 cents.
Yes.
So you need to know what you're gonna be modifying or changing before you do anything. So I don't think you can do anything until you have that, because you don't know what that new one looks like. So you're adopting, something that doesn't exist.
Yeah.
If you do it today.
I think, just like you've mentioned, that getting a spreadsheet from one week to the next has been an eye opener, and some of the, even what today, as we talked about,
Well, like I
what's
said,
different, there isn't. I think next week when we have the spreadsheet of what does a 1.5% step mean, might be an eye opener that you go, whoa, wait a minute, maybe we don't want to do it quite like this. So when,
again, if you take the spreadsheet we got last week, almost double everything on this one we received long ago. So that's where the,
sticker shock.
yes, came in. So now the spreadsheet are headed this week, matches that one. So
Well, because that,
kind of,
that one last week was with the step.
Everybody getting
no,
it.
no, can't be.
Me.
It can't be. No, that makes no sense, because this person right here has a step increase on the spreadsheet last week, and it's at almost $3,000. And that same individual has on this spreadsheet this week, has a step increase, which is only $1,435.
Well, and that's
So-
because that formula is not right. Lisa just changed it this morning. Because I had just put in what the department heads were requesting on there. And so the formula didn't calculate on those last two columns.
On the 44, when she added for the 44 to get their step increase, didn't calculate the full budget impact on it.
Yeah, it's the same,
But I think you're talking about something
it's
else.
the same number today.
This individual here.
Mhm.
I highlighted.
It was
Still gets
around
step
this
increase.
One with step increase. And this is. what step
Same
does
one.
that show them on? 8
The one today's
They're
got
all the same.
and 8.
less salaries and less increase.
Yeah, she doesn't have this.
With 44 steps increase, so
When she
gotta be
added
some corrections someplace.
Well,
these formulas to make it.
that employee he's referencing,
I think it would be.
the total is the same
This is what
today.
Yeah, so I'm telling you,
It's just that spreadsheet. I didn't have those last two columns because I
Sometimes
didn't know
they-
how she had
Yeah,
done
it
this.
I see
matches
what you're saying.
this one. Same person highlighted. on each
Yes,
one.
because this one back here would have been probably where I thought everyone was getting one step.
And that's what I thought, and I think that's what everybody was agreed to, and then we got,
So let me take this
They got this last
322.
and I'm not trying to add to the day.
No,
I'm just saying.
no, you're fine.
Lisa, that's where you just corrected those two columns because
Uh-huh.
it was working on the smaller pay in column M. And now it's the same number as last week's for that individual.
So let
So
me
you corrected it.
If you don't
No,
care
it's all right,
that.
as long as this one
So when you
isn't gonna be
take,
used,
yeah, when I take this times 2,080 hours, that's the annual pay it comes up to, not that. And let's see, does that match this? Yes. So that is without the formula fix. This with being one of the 44 times the
Uh-huh.
2,080
Right.
hours during the year really does come up with this, not
Yeah.
not this 59.
Okay. I think.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so, yeah, shred those, we'll come up with new. But I think it'll be important to look at that full spreadsheet, the 1.5, and what that really means. And probably, if someone gather, you guys, I assume, have a shred bin or something, I would gather those to shred, because you've got all the different versions, and some fixed and some not, and with it not being adopted, it's not yet public knowledge.
Okay.
Okay.
You suggest we shred all these spreadsheets that we received?
Whatever ones you want to, I would shred them and not just throw them away.
Some of them's got names on them, I've shredded.
At the point they're adopted as they're paid, then they're public record, but up until that point, that's my interpretation, would that be correct?
See, the spreadsheet that Wade gave us here 2-3 weeks ago, that's got names on it.
One name on that.
You got to get a microscope
I
to
don't
read
know
it.
how much.
That's the only ones I've got. There's
Are you gonna bring us a whole new spreadsheet next year, we can start over with and work with?
Angie should.
So this
Angie
stuff
should-
here-
It should back there.
It should be the final one, Bob.
Angie and I will work on that this week, and I'll get her a new 1.5%.
You're not coming back down next week.
I wasn't planning to,
So this can disappear then?
yes.
Oh, okay, and we'll be, okay.
Yep.
Because there's too many.
Yes, no, I agree. You should see my office. That's quite good. Some of the titles start being, 4-1, implementation, without 30 cents, prepared on March 20.
There's another set of stuff.
Were there any of the benefits issues that you had any questions on for me? I know you've been going through those every couple of weeks.
This week,
Your
on the schedule
schedule.
was page 34 through 39, and that's schedule operational guidance, life cycle and salary schedule, benefit analysis, including medical observations related to medical, the wellness program, dental, and at the top of 39, the retirement, which is just one sentence. But before you go there, because it's been brought up before, and maybe since you're here, if you have any comments, I would think they'd be appreciated. I could be wrong, but there's been several times where a Potawatomi County study has been brought up, and if you have any information related to that particular study, because that study apparently has occurred subsequent to this study in Coffee County, and I don't know if you have any information related to that study. I think if you've watched some of the meetings online, you've heard comments related to, I don't want to take it out of context, but an issue between what was done here versus what was done in Potawatomi County.
Sure. Yeah, and again, being very cautious, because even though it was a classification compensation study, as was yours, each company's going to have, slightly different methodologies. A lot depends on what Pot County asked for, and I have not seen their RFP. I did request open records request their study report, and received it. And so a couple things I just, if you are interested in seeing it and you request a copy, things that you have to remember are, we had 22 comparables that the commissioners and that were suggested by commissioners, by department heads, that we put together. We're going to use different comparables than they are, likely.
yes, Potawatomi County was one of the comparables, but they were one of 22. They were a larger one. And the reason why Potawatomi County came as a comparable really had more to do with Jeffrey Energy Center being a competitor in their county, similar to you having Wolf Creek. So that's a big reason why they were, because I'm sure some of you might question, why when they're so much bigger population-wise than you. Their population is 23,300 roughly. They have 220 employees. So it really has to do with some of the other economic impact factors.
Excuse me?
Yes,
What's the population of county?
23,300,
And they have,
220 employees.
and we're population 8,900 and have 150.
But you have to look at services, I mean, that's kind of hard to do too, because you have to, I don't know what services they may or may not offer and you guys, so that's just, but some of the differences. So there's nothing, I'm just trying to be very cautious and very professional about this. So I was curious who they used as comparables, and no comparables are listed in the report. And so I contacted their HR director and asked who the comparables were, and she didn't know. She said it was the comparables, she believed that they were mainly publicly published market data, is what they used as a basis for their report. And so there's kind of a big difference between, and I'm not saying one's better than the other, or I'm not trying to, again, I'm just trying to be very cautious, but yours was done based on comparables that everyone agreed was a good market for you. It was comparing county positions to county positions. It was responsibilities in those counties compared with responsibility, because sometimes titles don't tell the whole story, so we don't go just off of title. So so just remember that you're looking at apples and oranges if you start comparing different ones. What I will note is, just because I'm nerdy enough to, I'm not a nerd at all, but I'm nerdy enough to do this. And thought, okay, what if Potawatomi County's study was put into Coffee County? What would that mean for your employees? And not counting department heads, there would be 7 job titles under where we have them going in Coffee County. And some of those are by like 21 cents. So we would call them not even, we would call them essentially the same. So 2 job titles are in Coffee County, it would receive more money, starting pay, if we put Pot County's new salary schedule. Does that make sense? We popped Pot County's salary schedule in here. 2 employees would make more, everyone else would lose. So if you want to put Pot County in, I think you'd have a lot more. So it's just, again, it's just hard when you're comparing studies to studies. There's a whole lot you need to know besides just the pure numbers. And then department heads, I didn't look as closely at, because you haven't decided what you're doing with the department head, so I can't really compare apples to apples. But and again, just not knowing what market they use, that makes it really hard to judge. So certainly nothing wrong with looking at it from your standpoint. If you're interested, it's an open record from them. But that's what I observed since it had been brought up. I was curious.
Well, I will say, since I made the comment, the train wreck comment, I think that probably now we're on the siding waiting for the crew to fix the line ahead to avoid it.
Okay.
I think by getting rid of a lot of this, I think I think there was just too much. This came in this week, next week was this, and they were totally different. I think that we have accomplished something, and I think we're on the way to somewhere.
Good, good. Well, and Dawn, I recognize, you know, the work you did on history, having those numbers was helpful to see that it's not maybe as,
That helped a lot.
you know, it gives a whole new perspective of,
Even though I think we're rewarding our employees fairly, the new policy is not as, or the new.
we're not as far out there
It's
as
not
you
as
thought we were.
aggressive as what they was, other than for 15 years.
Now they're gonna be mad, you're gonna.
Now they're gonna be
policy
mad.
back.
We didn't do,
I'll call it sticker shock.
it is, it is. And anytime you change again, and this isn't to poke fun or make, or anything, but I knew coming into this project, replacing a 30-year-old system wasn't gonna be pretty.
Nobody likes changes.
No, no. And so, I tried to be prepared for that. So you were starting on page,
34. You can have mine if you want.
oh, I've got mine, I just didn't know if I needed to be up here for it or.
It might help so you can explain some of your recommendations. So the initial
CPI.
Yep, CPI is in paragraph 1.
Yeah, so that's kind of what you've been talking about is, you know, each year we need to adjust it. It's nice if it can be based on something, whether that's a cents per hour or a percentage. Again, it's kind of your call. We strongly advocate, I strongly advocate, and really McGrath, Dr. McGrath's the same when she does projects, same thing. If you can separate that cost of living away from performance, I think it's just wise to do.
Which we've already addressed.
Yes, yeah, so I think that's what you've done. And I say that with due respect to the payroll, the people that do payroll, and that means 2 increases, you know, that they're having to do, and I understand that. And I'm ignoring that part. This is good. What else? Life cycle, we've been talking about 3 to 5 years. I think, you know, a market check in a couple of years is good. Just to make sure that whatever step percentage, 1.5, remains okay.
Yeah, because we can change that each year if we,
Well,
I mean, if we think it's necessary anyway.
yeah, that gets a little, because then you can end up with some compression issues if you start changing the steps every year. You're gonna have, you know, if they can, you know.
Let's make it 3, and then some of these other guys can deal with it.
I would, yeah, you know, when you're actually dealing with the steps and the structure, I would leave the percentage in between alone for a few years.
Okay.
Cost of living can always fluctuate.
Fluctuate, okay.
Yeah.
Health insurance, we're in good shape there, are we not?
Yeah, I did have a question about, that's in there about, you have 3 different offerings, and it appeared to me that 2 of them were so similar that you really didn't need one of them. But that's really a broker question. I think over time, you know, things change and happen, and I think it was Denise and I talking, and she said, yeah, they really have gotten, you know, fairly close. It was either Denise and I, or you and I can't remember, but because you pay, yeah, option 1 and option 2, the only difference is a $500 in the single plan deductible.
That's only difference you quoted in there.
Yeah, and one's a PPO and one's a high deductible health plan. It really, you could go with 2 options instead of 3. I think fairly easily, but again, that's a broker. You guys have a great wellness program. You do a lot for wellness compared with any county I've seen or city.
Could you repeat that?
Yes, you do a lot for wellness compared with any other county or city I've worked with. You have lots of wellness plans. And as a community, you do, you know. Dental, yeah. It's good. Retirement, everyone's on capers. With everything else you do, we would not ever, you know, rarely do we, in Kansas, we don't really. In some states, we've, you know, suggested maybe something for, if they're really having a pension issue that, you know, hey, help them with the 457 match or something, but you guys don't need that.
Capers is not guaranteed, is that correct?
Well, it depends on what tier you're on. So the employees that have been in Capers a long time is a guarantee. It's a defined benefit plan where their benefits calculated on a percentage of their final average salary times 1.75%, I think, times their years of service. When you get to tier 3, for example, there's 1, 2, and 3, right? And maybe they relabeled it. Then it's more on a 401k type basis. So it's a defined contribution. So you contribute the amount they've specified, the percentage. How it does is up to how you place it in the market. Would that be accurate, Angie, to describe that way?
See, that's the question I asked last week or 2 weeks ago. Most of your retirement funds are guaranteed by ERISA in the United States.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how those letters are, but ERISA.
Mm-hmm.
But so ERISA doesn't guarantee all the capers? Or another branch of the government doesn't guarantee all?
So, right, state of Kansas statutes are who set up the defined. But I think they still have to meet, I better not speak to ERISA quite that strongly. I'm not sure that it's a guarantee. I think it's a guarantee of the way they're operated for fiduciary. I'm not sure that it guarantees an amount. I mean, ERISA doesn't necessarily mean you're guaranteed an amount. It guarantees that they're being handled on the,
My understanding is ERISA guaranteed, just like the farmland co-op retirement programs, which are one of the best retirement programs in the United States. ERISA guaranteed that dollar for dollar, is my understanding. But I'm getting in the ball game. I don't have all the.
Yeah.
I asked if it guaranteed.
Yeah. So state of Kansas statutes is what guarantees the tier 1. Like when I took my capers retirement, I knew exactly how much it was going to be. And it will stay that way.
But if it goes to funds, is it still there?
Yeah, right.
That's where you're asking.
That's my question.
Right.
That's my question.
Yeah, yeah. You know, and that's the.
ERISA guarantees that, to my understanding. There's a lot of guarantees out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that may be a question. They go.
Most states are in that same.
A few years ago, it wasn't very financial at all.
Right.
Now, where they're at.
And now I can't figure out if they are, or if they just know, if they're in better shape, or if they just know how to spend it differently. But a lot of states are in that same, unfortunately, with their old pension program of defined benefit. Yeah. So yeah, retirement, you're fine. Papers is what it is. When I was 21 or 22 years old and got my first capers job and did my year of service, and then I screamed and yelled about, what do you mean you were holding that from my check? I didn't ask for that. Retirement is years away. And then when I was eligible to retire at 54, I was like, okay, maybe that was a good idea. Are we going on to holidays today? Is that the
was
end of it?
already covered, but since you're here, it's not on today's agenda,
Yeah.
but since you're here, if you could back up to page 32 and maybe just cover those two pages, it's department head pay up to the top of page 34. And then that topic probably needs to be on the agenda for a later date and time, but at least you can hear it while Lisa's here and then discuss it and figure out what you want to do with this.
Okay. So for the project, I said we have, we were asked to, I have a large speaker, do the pay study and what we were asked to provide was what's the average market for department heads, not place them on the scale, which some counties do. You'll see that if you request that Potawatomi County, they have more counties. Some counties are, some counties aren't. And so what was provided in the, I think it's in Appendix C, is the market median for each of your department head positions. Now within that, of course, you have department heads that are new, brand new, and you have department heads that have been in that position for years and years and years. Because of the spread that we used on the employees' pay schedule, and I'm on 57 now, Appendix C. The purpose behind showing you what's 10% below market and what's 30% above was just to give you a range similar to what the employees had. It wasn't here's where we recommend you start. You asked for average, we gave you average, and then we gave you a little more, just to give you some idea of it and reminder that you don't have to start a brand new department head at the market median. You can, but you don't have to. And that same, just to kind of give you an idea of a range. As commissioners, of course, that's all of those elected official and appointed official pay is your purview to do. One of the things I will mention that was puzzling to me throughout and still is, and I'm not saying right, wrong, or otherwise, I'm not sure why you have some that are on a contract and some that aren't. And again, I think I put in the report, I asked, and everyone said, I don't know, it's just always been that way. So whether that's an advantage or disadvantage probably isn't fully fleshed out, but contracts are a big deal. When you put someone under contract, you are committing to them. And typically your county operates under employment at will outside of elected officials. And so I was a little surprised to see the contracts, but and maybe a little surprised to see the inconsistency of not every appointed department head had a contract.
We've gone down now to, I think we only have one on contract now, because the department that we used to have a contract with, when we did not do a contract with.
Fairly in the last year.
In the last, yeah, not a couple months.
Gotcha.
So I think we're only at one right now. And I've asked that question many times for the last 16 years myself.
What else? Let's see. I guess we discussed the piece on page 32. I included a discussion about we're seeing an increasing number of counties choosing to place their elected and appointed officials on the salary schedule, but it's certainly all over. The point that I think I really want to make there is when you start looking at your department head pay, and I repeat it in Appendix C, because department heads are not included on a pay schedule with other employees, county commissioners must be vigilant in consulting the employee schedule to maintain the appropriate distance between a department head and their employees that they supervise. Putting them on a pay schedule can help with that, but it can create its own set of issues too. So I just ask and remind you to be very cognizant when you set that department head pay, that you look at, we'll have one spreadsheet that has everybody's pay that you're not sifting through, and just make sure you keep a good distance there so that they're not making less than those that they're responsible for. That's important. We do see all over the place, it varies, counties who choose to pay all their elected officials at a similar or equal amount. The exceptions to that is usually the county attorney and county sheriff, because you have to have a legal degree. And with the sheriff, you have to be certified law enforcement. So they have kind of those extra. Again, you see it all different ways. But we did put a discussion of that, or a point of that. On 33, as far as recommendations, we had 2 that you were behind on, that we noted should be considered for adjustment. That was noted there. County counselor was just all over the place, because whether people contract it or have someone part-time, full-time. And as you found with your county counselor, they're not a 40-hour week. So to call someone a part-time, we can't even say, well, do they work 20 hours or, you know, it's hard. And then your engineer, as you look at his retirement coming up in the next couple of years, I understand, deciding what you do there, whether you're going to have a PE certified, if you're going to look for someone with surveyor. I think that's going to be a hard combination to find again. So how much of that you decide to contract out, that's probably your biggest succession planning on a department head level that you need to be focused on right now, because that could take a while to flush out. I think it's probably been, from the counties that don't have surveyors, you know, they wish that they could have one on staff, because it does save quite a bit of time and perhaps some money. But a lot of that depends on how much survey work, you know, you have, and what your, how close you can find a licensed surveyor to contract with.
Our surveyor farm, though, we got 3 employees in that area, but our question, I think, has always been on the engineering side of it. Whether we contract engineering now,
right,
or we will discover someone that can be the department head and engineer, currently like Wayne is.
Right. So that's a big.
Because our surveying.
But he's your surveyor. Remember, you have that department, but then none of them are licensed surveyors. They can't continue to do that work without a licensed surveyor. So.
But we have had licensed surveyors under the same department.
So you hire a licensed surveyor?
We have had licensed surveyors besides.
Like a full-time employee.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, so that's what you'll want to look at is.
Gone, time went on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One reference I'll comment on that, you know, isn't a part of the report, but just as you were looking at succession planning in that area, it was interesting and a lot of confusion for me, as Wayne was talking about before you had an engineer. He said, we have an administrative assistant running the department. And in my world, an administrative assistant is a clerical employee, an admin. And so your front desk person was running the department. But what Coffee County used to call the head of Road and Bridge was called an administrative assistant. And I just wouldn't go back to that terminology. They're going to be a public works administrator or a road and bridge administrator or something, but
that must have been years ago.
Please don't use administrative assistant.
We've had engineers for a lot of years.
Yeah, I think it was prior to his, and then I found another reference to it somewhere. I'm like, yeah, you're not.
No, it was even before Roberts, we had engineers, yeah.
So, yeah, please don't use administrative assistant.
Probably administrative, so.
All right. Anything else on that? Wade, was there anything on that that you thought maybe I should highlight
No, I
more?
just thought while you were here
Yeah.
to at least cover it because it still needs to be discussed at a later date.
Yeah, that's gonna be a critical, again, looking at those current employees in their departments and making sure that you have that appropriate spacing. I want to make a comment on page 44, again, from watching, and the emergency operations stipend, you know, that's one of those things, and if you read in the report, the reason that was looked at was because it was brought up by the then emergency management director, who said it's difficult to get people to volunteer for those positions and fully participate and come to the training. Now, I agree with, I think it was Bob made the comment that that's part of the job, and I agree with that. So either we need to, you know, maybe really clarify, and maybe that needs to be part of everyone's interview questions. And actually, maybe I need to put that on every job description that you may be expected to, because not every employee, it does have an assignment in it, but.
Yeah, I thought that's kind of where we had been the last few years, is when you come in, you were told this part of your job is going to be with, and of course, it's not, maybe not a written deal, but it's just always been a verbal deal to everyone. You are going to be a part of that.
Yeah, if it's not written, it's not.
So we probably need to, that's exactly right.
Not in writing, it didn't happen.
That's right.
Your recommendation on this is $300 stipend,
Well-
or an extra day of vacation, it's your two
Yeah, like a
recommendations.
personal day or something. I was just trying to offer an opportunity, if you all saw that as being an equal issue, that, you know, that might motivate some people. But if your expectation is, then let's make sure that we put that in the job descriptions and in everything, you know, the interview questions that, or interview statement, that you will be expected to, that's part of working for Coffee County. I'm fine with that. That's certainly not one of those I'm gonna live or die on, and that's why it was worded that way. It was asked, what can you suggest to help us? I'm having an issue with this.
Well,
So,
I'm not sure that it was that big of an issue, because we have a lot of people from other entities that come in and participate in this also, and we don't pay them to do it.
right,
I would think it would be out of line to pay our own employees who are actually paying for 8 hours of work that day anyway, a stipend, when we have the people from the community come in who volunteer their time because they think it's a necessary thing.
no, and that's fine, but I didn't want so much emphasis to be on that, like that was a solid recommendation that we just think you're really lacking it. No, not at all. It was asked, it was presented to me as this is a real problem. So let me just put something in there as, if you need an idea, here's an idea, but it doesn't sound like you need one, so.
Is there something, because me and Tim are new on this, what if it falls onto a Saturday?
It would be part of their regular job. They would get paid their regular pay and or overtime, depending on where they fall in their working
Okay, if
hours.
their salary though.
If they're exempt from overtime,
And just come in.
But I think something should possibly be wrote up, wrote up to state that.
in
If
your,
if you're a salary or a department head and there's something that you need to attend on a Saturday, it is part of your wages to be present.
yeah. So I just wanted to comment on that. That was where that came from. And it was if you need something, here's some ideas that we've seen done for not necessarily emergency operations, but for other duties as assigned that are more than just the occasional when you're requiring training. But you're right, they're paid for it. but I did want to make that comment. All right. But yes, I just made myself a note to add that to all the job descriptions as I work on those, which those are started, so.
Gotta make sure we can pay them first.
Make sure what?
Make sure we can pay them first before we get the job description.
Right. All right. Someone telling us we're past time.
Don said earlier we could do this 45 minutes or whatever.
You want me to
He
respond
forgot
to
it
that?
was
You want
me
me to
coming
respond to
down.
that, Tom?
Just thought I'd throw that out.
I think we all know it's gonna take a lot of discussion to come to some common ground, break ground, whatever you wanna call it.
Well, I think we've come a long ways today.
Yeah, we very much appreciate it.
I know we appreciate everything.
We
Absolutely,
do.
absolutely.
Appreciate everything you've done, Lisa, and what you're
Very
proud of
helpful.
for us.
Yep, that's great. And truly, I just, I don't watch the meetings every week, but if last couple weeks, I was working on job descriptions. And so then I'll turn it on and because I knew that you had, picked specific pages that you were gonna cover, I wanted to hear the discussion. And, during last week's is when I think I emailed Wade, said, would it be more beneficial if I just came down next week and answered some questions? Because otherwise, Angie and Wade are kind of like, well, I don't know, we better ask, let's check and come back to you. And a week goes by and a week goes by and, you're under crunch, so.
We thought Wade came up with that on his own, bringing you down.
Oh, sorry, Wade. He may have not seen my email before I did.
I think it was, I recommended it, that's when you had talked about train wreck, and I got up and said, we need to get Lisa here.
Yes.
because I can't.
And I think we got back on the track. I think we got back on, so I think it was worth it.
So the last thing before Lisa leaves is the HR audit that is looming kind of in the background, and I don't want to speak for Lisa, but I think dealing with some of these issues has probably made the HR audit kind of put it in the background just a little bit, but it is coming, and maybe Lisa can let you know when that will be coming, because that's also a part of the project.
So you guys, they're doing the HR audit?
Yes. So they,
HR and job descriptions, still got two categories.
yeah, so the job descriptions are underway. I've moved the first 4 over to, I have Dropboxes set up for departments and come with the first 4. And, I had sent out a draft template of a job description and got no reaction of, no, we don't like this, so.
Was that the 4-page description of the job title?
Some of them are gonna be 2 pages, some 4, depends on the level. I think, I sent a couple the other day that are 2. But it covers knowledge, skills, and abilities, required duties of the jobs. So you would have seen a template when did I send it? January, whether or not you had been sworn in yet, but template of it, but I didn't hear, and I sent it to all the department heads. What do you think about this one? Let me know if you don't like it, and I didn't get anything, so we went with it. So HR audit, yes. HR audit is a combination of, and I guess I need to ask you how you want that presented. A lot of an HR audit is not something that you necessarily stand up and present. Not that not because of lack of, wanting to hide anything or anything like that. It has more to do with protection of specific transactions or, jobs and people. So we don't necessarily always do a public presentation of an HR audit. And so some of that is up to you, but we have prepared the, kind of the draft of observations and things that we want you to know about. And then it's a matter of what parts we do that with you in a closed session and what parts, you know, if you want a formal, I haven't tried to boil it down to what we could do publicly.
I think Wade would be involved,
Yeah.
working with you to determine what can be done.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. We've had that conversation, so. But we just typically haven't always done it's more of an internal, it's kind of like your financial audit. There's a summary page, and then everything behind it is really more of a closed session type report to do. So I don't know what you've done with your financial audits in the past, I assume. Have you had your CPAs present the summary letter, or?
They present the management letter to be signed and approved.
Yeah, but not a big formal, yeah. This would be similar to your auditors. So, you know, we're ready pretty much to do that anytime you want us to, as far as meeting with you in a manner that fits with open meetings, and that can be anytime.
Well, next week's checks and vouchers, I want to be on the following week, so.
Okay.
I would assume anytime after that. I'll look at the
What day is it that you're down on?
The 5th of April.
So just, so you know, kind of behind the scenes, I'm confirming with Larry Goldberg on the architect. But I think he is planning on being here on April 12th to present and give an update on the jail study.
Okay.
So, something could be added on that day. You just need to keep in mind, I don't know how long that presentation will take, because it's gonna cover the existing facility, what it would take to renovate it, and then the other plans and what recommendations are there. And I don't want to speak for Goldberg, but that's my understanding. I was just confirming because there was confusion in an email I received from him about the 5th and the 12th. And the sheriff wants to be a part of this, and he's not available on the 5th.
Well, not to put it off longer, but we're talking already been a year. One more week is not going to affect it, and I think this jail deal probably gonna take longer than we.
Yeah.
It's not gonna be the 45 minutes Don's talking about.
Don, I probably won't be 45 minutes either. So,
I was gonna cut you off at 45 minutes. I knew it wasn't gonna happen.
So with that being said, then to make sure that it's on the agenda and is gonna be dealt with, and there's time to deal with it, the 19th.
19th?
And to put it on the agenda today, that way there's plenty of advance notice if that works with.
it works with me.
Just for scheduling purposes.
The 19th of April.
Hour and a half, 2 hours, or?
It's gonna take a while, I'm sure.
I mean, I plan for probably an hour.
So we have to be giving Goldberg on the 12th, we have to be giving them every bit of an hour then as well.
Correct.
What date are we shooting for on the HR discussion then?
19.
Can do it on the 19th also?
No, I'm not doing anything else on the 19th.
Goldberg's the 12th.
Goldberg's the 12th.
Also, the 12th was the day
I'm sorry?
12th was the day we shooted for the drainage thing too, right?
Yeah.
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 Yeah, I don't want to add confusion to drainage.
Please don't.
I thought you were gonna say fence viewing, and I was gonna be all about one on the fence viewing, but.
And they might, well, we are getting into the, where two of those committee people are farmers. So you might be getting into a time that that discussion may take place, it may not, if they're all in the field.
We're basically retired.
Lisa, we can kind of things like running down as it gets a little closer to the new school.
Yeah. I just walked off the day.
You're going on the 12th, Tom?
Fifth.
Oh, the 5th?
I mean, if there might be someone else that's, you guys use the lab.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're not.
You scratch it.
No, I just walked off the day.
That's why you ain't getting on the track with us. We're getting into the track season, Bob, we got the track meets about 3 days a week.
I'll be over than I've ever been on that day.
When we have vouchers,
Next Monday.
will we do Wednesday also?
No.
No.
Thank you again, Lisa. Very
You're
nice.
welcome. It's a pleasure.
We got to start putting center on the salary thing.
I'm glad you see it at all. I was hoping so.
Very productive on that aspect.
Good.
A lot of confusion.
Yep, and so, to make sure I'm taking away the right thing, I'm gonna be working with Angie in the next couple days to, put in a 1.5% between steps, or 1.5% steps, re-putting, and it sounds real simple to push a button, but and maybe there's a simpler way, but I look at each employee, what they're currently paid with their 30 cents and where they belong, so that and then she looks at them, and then we compare notes, so that we're as accurate as we can be, which may not appear that way always on our spreadsheet, but we do. And so then you should get a spreadsheet with the new pay scale, and then a spreadsheet with each employee and where that places them, and total dollars and all that. It will also show you on that scale. And I'll probably, I'll also put together some notes about how that changed your length, your spread, and any observations I see as we do that. I'll just put some notes together and send those and for you to think about, because even though I'm not here, I want you to hear my back and forth and devil's advocate and observations, and I joke, but I do feel like that's part of what you want us to do, so.
I mean, still going 1.5%, even if you take out a few more steps, at the end of it, it's still gonna be cheaper than it was. Or better than what it was, I guess I should say. Right, that's right. So even if you bumped it out a couple more years at the end, it's really not that 1.5%.
And yeah, but next week you'll see how many people come in topped out, which may not always, and I'm not, I always have said there's a maximum amount you've got to be willing to pay any position. It's just the factor of life. So I'm not saying that, but if you feel like all of a sudden we have half of your employees already topped out on the schedule, then we might have to relook at why.
We might always have those already topped out on the old schedule too.
Right. And like I said, it's not always bad. It's just that, yep. All right, I'll stop. Sorry.
So Lisa, while I'm thinking about it, so this is gonna require a rewrite of that, section 6 within our current policy manual. So, just so everybody's aware of that, and that's gonna be quite the change, because that's page 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, potentially the majority of 21 and maybe all of 21 going into 22. So who wants to be a part of that? I mean, we're gonna have to get this committee together because this is gonna have to.
Didn't we put Jesse on that committee? I think we already,
I think he did.
I think we'd
he-
already decided that.
I think I did read that somewhere.
That's what I was thinking.
You have a commissioner on the rewrite.
So not to throw another curveball, but if this is gonna go live, then we have to have the policy that goes with it live too. Because if not, we're gonna have old policy and a new salary structure, and then we have Pandora's box.
And so I'll make a comment because this actually came up, I think this came up last week, I think, about how can we not give steps when it's in our handbook? You know, when you're doing a big redo of a system like this, I would make sure in my motion, and this would be my advice, and Wayne may or may not agree and go with his, because he's the legal guy. But make sure in your motion that you indicate that you're superseding policies of the old system with the policies of this system to buy you that little bit of time. Because you can't be, and it's like another meeting that I saw. You will hear me, when I do trainings for Kansas Association of Counties, you'll hear me say over and over that if you make an exception to a policy, you make a new rule. And consistency king, and you can't do that. Now, that being said, you're gonna have transition times or emergencies happen, like with some of the COVID stuff where you have to say, I know our policy says this, but this is an emergency exception, and we've gotta change that. And in this respect, you're making a change. Now, having said that, I totally agree with Wade that it needs to go live as soon as possible. Please don't let the policies lag by a year because it's a pain in the neck to go through handbooks, but it's important. But don't let that stop you from adopting the new system. Also, don't, make sure you put in your motion that you're superseding. Does that make sense? Superseding what's there. And again, he may say, no, Lisa, I wouldn't do that.
I just think it needs to be,
As close as possible.
someone needs to be put a part of this committee and whatever the draft, because we've had such an issue even getting to where we are right now. It may be 9 months down the road, revision after revision, because everybody had we got 5 different thoughts of what it theoretically is gonna look like, and all 5 might be different. And you have to come up with one. So what Bob thinks it should look like is different than Jesse, and so on and so forth. So the sooner that process can be initiated and get pen to paper, so to speak, then the better off we'll be, because this entire policy manual having to do with this compensation study is potentially going to be revised at this point.
You're heading it, right? That's the way I understood
The way I understood it,
Sure.
I know, I thought it said that actually, Angie and I have been working really closely together last year, so I should say this, but doesn't it say in the manual that Angie heads the handbook committee or something?
Well,
Or calls the meetings?
Angie is on the policy committee. I was on it and I passed that to Jesse. Because he's gonna be here when I'm not.
Like she schedules the meetings or something, maybe I'm thinking of something else.
well,
I don't know if that was voted on.
Yes, it was.
Okay,
That was one of those silent votes.
but she'd probably agree with me that Wade would make it great, so, sorry.
If I'm a part of it though, how's everybody's 9 o'clock in the evening? I work late.
We're out here.
Wherever, we could do it here. I'm here a lot of times at 9.
Might have to get him on his back.
It's not for us old people.
We just, all joking aside, we need to get something, whoever's on the committee, we need to get emails out, see what everybody's availability is. It's gonna start getting nice, so we might have to inconvenience some early evenings just to get this going, because it's that important that we get this put in place as soon as possible.
Yeah, it might not be too hard. It might not take much.
45 minutes, right, Don?
Yeah, right. Everything 45 minutes.
No, yeah. Backward.
I gotta look up here.
Any more discussion on any of that? Well, we got some interviews at 2, so we got time for lunch, but we haven't done roundtable, so wait.
I'll go real quick.
Sure. We will.
You should have received a copy of the COVID-19 and radiological mitigation assessment report for the CARES Act from, it's at the top, Ross and Berzini. Part of that we received as a county previously. However, as you'll recall, the board was interested in obtaining quotes and information related to what the cost would be to implement what their recommendations are. So I had worked behind the scenes with Larry Goldberg, and I said, he didn't give us all the information we needed. He said, oh, I'll get back to you. And he did. And he did it in a fairly timely manner considering the request. I don't know why it wasn't included to begin with, but on page 10, which is the page after the end of the report with all the conclusions, there's an opinion on probable construction cost, and it goes through general requirements, and then heating, ventilation, and air conditioning, HVAC, and then electrical, which corresponds with the blueprints specific to the Coffee County Courthouse, where they recommended these various items be placed, and that total cost or project cost is $429,000, $429,799. So, and that covers, if you move on to the next several pages where it has basically an itemized breakdown of what those costs are in reference to. For example, on page, I don't even know what page that is, but it's Division 26 electrical, which is I think 3 pages over. It goes through and it breaks down. For example, that is $120,993 total for the electrical in that particular area, and a line item would be courtroom conference rooms, which would include UVC disinfection unit, UVC replacement bulb, 20 amp branch circuiting, 20 amp 120 volt receptacle assembly, 20 amp single pole wall assembly, and each one of those items is broken down. The quantity, unit measures per unit, and then the breakdown per cost of each. So the most pricey item there would be the UVC disinfection unit. There's one of them at $1,500. The labor for installation, for example, is $85 for a total of $1,585, and everything is broken down in that way. There's a upper level main lobby, for example, UVC disinfection unit. There's 6 of them that's recommended at $1,500 for a total of $9,000, $85 per unit for total labor cost of $510.
for $9,510. So that's, I'm not gonna go through and break down each one of them. It's just an example. Then the corresponding or subsequent pages to that are all the mechanical, plumbing, electrical, building plans as rendered by Goldberg or this Ross and Peruzzi, where
Did Larry make any, well, guess what I'm saying? Can they even get to UV lighting right now?
that you're asking somebody.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Who's not in,
My bad.
it would be something that he would have to answer, but I don't even think that it's something that he does. He just provides the data points for what the anticipated cost would be, and then whoever the contractors are.
Now, I remember when this started blowing up, I think it was this last summer, they had a machine that they had moved, just mainly for the hospitals, they could move in and out of an area, turn it on, let it run for 30, 45, 2 hours, whatever it may be. Is there anything, I mean, of course, it's on the medical side, it might be astronomically high.
I'm sure if that's what you remember hearing, that it exists, and it's probably something that's available, but outside of that, that's, we have to research. Yeah, I'd have to call a friend on that, because it's, again, something I'm not.
And I don't know that you could even been present while that was going on inside that room, so that's just something I remember happening or seeing.
And I think the request for a quote for at least what was provided last week, that has gone out and should be.
Okay, yeah, I was gonna say, this is over and above what the courthouse is looking at, correct?
It is, this is probably the same thing, just a whole lot more in detail.
More complex.
This was a result of their COVID analysis of this building.
Of everything.
Right. So some of the things I think have already been maybe addressed, and I'll refer to the electrical page at the very bottom in section 7. It talks about touchless plumbing fixtures, and I think that's already been taken care of. The thermal temperature monitoring stations, and there's, I know outside of the courtroom, before you go into the courtroom, there's one that somebody got, maybe the health department had it donated. So anybody who goes into the courtroom, they have to stand in front of that, have their temperature taken, make sure they don't have a fever, and then they ask all the COVID-related questions, because at least right now, until the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court says otherwise, if you're gonna go into the courtroom, you have to wear a mask. So that's just the way it is.
So basically, these totals here will be minus whatever Angie gets on bids.
Correct. So I don't know, for example, if the quotes and the product that we have that we're dealing with right now includes the courtroom and the jury room. So those are some of the specific recommendations that are here. Because at some point in time, and this is my prosecutor hat, we have been in a holding pattern since last year on jury trials, which means they're gonna go live at some point in the very near future. We have to have a location that is going to meet the requirements of the Kansas Supreme Court or the OJA. And before any county is allowed to have jury trials again, that has to happen. So it may include some of these recommendations that are here with regard to the air disinfection, and there's a proposed plan that we hold jury trials for Coffee County out of Keller Park, because then we can practice social distancing. And it all depends on whether it's a misdemeanor trial or a felony jury trial and the type of offense, with how many potential jurors we need. And there's all kinds of different things at play, but right now, we're still in a holding pattern. So some of the recommendations that are made, some of how many, maybe if you know, units are requested, and are they specific to the courtroom, or are they just the rest of the courthouse?
When you're talking units,
The units that, I was,
being put on the HVAC,
right,
they're doing it at the basement level as it goes through, and that, the jail side, the courtroom is on, I believe, that system.
okay.
And then we have this side over here too, so it's two systems.
Yeah, I was trying to find that, and basically all it was UV lighting, if I remember correctly, and upgrading the filters, type of filters.
So I don't know how that compares and contrasts with some of these specific recommendations, and then does that cover everything? I don't know if that's outside my knowledge base, but I know these were the recommendations that were made by this Ross and Beruzini as a part of the COVID assessment.
So is it a situation where once we get the bids in, if we feel like we need to go back out again and
That's where my mind's going
and
to.
that we could,
You gotta start somewhere, but
and if they're talking next week, we could ask this question and then.
so we have to start somewhere.
So these people will be here next week?
These,
No,
just
Goldberg, that's it.
Goldberg worked with,
Oh, okay.
he can probably answer
Answer questions.
these questions,
He won't be here till.
Oh, we won't.
but he won't be here
Not next
until the
week.
12th.
So I guess we could hold off on accepting the bid.
I was looking for that, what Modern Air had sent us.
The amount?
I mean, we don't,
No, just what they were actually gonna do, because I was reading through looking through these prints here, and they're notes. I believe some of it will intertwine with what we're seeking bids on now, but yet this is more, it covers a lot more when you look at the keynotes, if you will. And like Wade said, some of these are always gonna address, so maybe that's where, I don't know how to look at that.
So I think where to focus, and I don't know where it is on here, is the HVAC side of things and what they are. And that looks like it's at the top of the Division 23 heating, ventilation, and HVAC.
page 3, it looks like.
Is that page 3? I don't have the
Well,
number
if
on
you look
that.
right down to the bottom, it says Division 23, page 3.
So that total cost, it has 3 line items, so to speak, that are broken down. One, UV lighting and AHUs, which I can't tell you what that is. And the cost per unit, 170, and the prison, as they call it, which I assume is the jail, 24 units, for a total of $6,000. When you count labor, UV lighting for the courthouse, 24 units, $170 a piece, again, $6,000. UV lighting for administration, 60 units, $120 a piece, for a total of $12,000. Line item number 2, bipolar ionization. And there's 3 of those, one for the jail, courthouse, and administration. Each unit is, for prison and courthouse, it's $6,000. For the administration, it's $10,000. So 6,500, 6,500, 10,500, which includes labor. And then line item number 3, increased filter, MERV 13, for the prison
or jail. 120 units at $41 apiece, total of $5,520 for the courthouse. Same, $5,520 for administration, $13,800 for 300 units. So that may be where the focus is and what needs to be looked into and see what the difference between, it may be this bipolar ionization unit, that may be the same thing. So, but I don't know.
Well, could we give Over a copy of what we're advertising for and see how that would work?
That would be a good idea.
Maybe you can give us recommendations before the 12th.
That would be a good idea.
Do you want me to email that to you?
Yep, just email to you.
Yes, I think so.
Last thing I have is, Jesse and Bob know because they were there, but we had the fence viewing that was scheduled for last Friday at 1 o'clock out in rural Coffee County. This was, we'll call it part 2 of a fence viewing. And so the public's aware that every time there's a fence viewing, each fence viewing is a separate and distinct event that requires a request for the fence to be viewed so that a separate decision is made each time. So for recommendations made during one fence viewing and something's not done and it's not followed, or there's an issue, then you ask for another fence viewing. And it may not make logical sense because some people believe that it's just a continuation of the first fence viewing, but that's not what the law says, and there's case law that directs that same way. So with this fence viewing, the 2 adjacent neighbors had an issue with their fence, and they decided to work it out outside of the fence viewers making a decision for them. They had a hedgerow going down the property boundary, and then they have 2 fence on each side, but they decided that they wanted to maintain that hedgerow, and they came up with what I call a handshake agreement that will be memorialized, and sometime in the very near future, once they can get to the courthouse and have their agreement notarized, it will be filed with the registry of deeds carried with the property, and that's how that process works. If the fence viewers, which would be Jesse and Bob in this case, had to make the decision and make a recommendation to the board, then that document would also follow along with the property, but it would be a completely different type of decision than the agreement that the landowners made. So I just wanted to update, since there's been a lot of conversation probably outside the board about fence viewing, and there might be several fence viewing requests that are potentially going to be coming before the board. So, any questions?
No.
Okay, that's all I have for today.
Only thing I had was, I was gonna relay to you, Don, that we checked our audit, and all employees, we give the auditor a copy of all employees that would have any sick or vacation payouts, or, you know, whatever their bank is, so it is listed as a liability on our audit. So.
Okay, I got the audit. I got it, but I haven't looked at it yet,
Okay.
so. I was pretty confident that it would be in there, but I wasn't sure.
And that's all that I have.
Jesse?
I don't believe I have anything.
No.
I don't either, actually, today. Donna? Okay. Well, we have interviews starting at 2. We can recess till 1:50. Back here. Start over.
Recess at 1:03.
Oh, till 1:50, yes. That one, yep, it says 1:03 till 1:50.
bigger one, but I can get it from the